Yo! 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 What is good, Sixer Nation? Welcome on in to another edition, number 77 on the campaign. Sixers Game Day Live, back at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Can you believe it? Just a handful of games left, man. Sixers trying to get into the playoffs and avoid the play-in. Just like the roller coaster of emotions, here we go again. Joel Embiid makes his return tonight. Couple big updates on the Minnesota side as well. First of a back-to-back. Can the Sixers, going into the biggest weekend of the season, snag 2 games that could prove to be very vital and valuable? We will break it all down. We will give you the analysis, the highlights, the calls, and much more. And we have a few things to discuss as well. Playoffs are just upon us, man. Looking forward to it all with the best community in the world. Let's go, man. Happy Friday. Let's go. Bring the energy, man. Bring the energy, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen, on the first end of a back-to-back here on a Friday night. I am your host, RB. As always, you know what time it is, man. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are tapping in from. Let me know down below, and welcome in to Philly Take with RB, Sixers Game Day Live, presented by our great friends at National University. As always, we are powered by the Prize Picks app. 46-30 Minnesota Timberwolves in Philly to take on the 42-34 Philadelphia 76ers. This is the number one Sixers Game Day Live show. We give you pregame, live game, and postgame coverage, all including our staple play-by-play reactions, analysis, and more as it all goes down. We read out your comments in real times. We will also maybe take some phone calls after the game. Do me a favor, go down below, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you have not become a part of the Philly Take family yet, what are you waiting for, man? Hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss any of our streams here with the Sixers Game Day Live show. We're going to be streaming a ton of playoff games. We might even do some other playoff videos. We have some big things in the pipeline. You don't want to miss any of it. Make sure you turn on notifications, stay in the algorithm, and of course, support us if you enjoy the content. Lastly, make sure you follow us on all of our socials. We are taking over the game on IG, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, audio, and more. So if you really want to be one of our diehard supporters, man, click our link tree. Give us a follow on every platform. You know, it really helps us have more brand consistency, visibility, and just be able to grow and get some of the big opportunities that we have. So thank you all so much. And shout out to our channel members, man. Always got to give a nod to the channel members. Unfortunately, we dipped below 100 because I think some people didn't re-up their gifted membership. So hopefully we didn't lose any of the emojis. But at the end of the day, members, I want to see all those custom emojis. Make sure y'all drop them in the chat. Show us that you are a channel member. Get all the highlight and recognition. You get your name highlighted, name a different color, and you get your comments read priority. You get all the emojis, loyalty badges, and more. So if you want to become a channel member, go ahead and hit that link pinned in the chat. All right, man. A couple minutes late here, so let's jump right into the pregame stuff. Really, all season long has become a question of who the heck is going to play tonight for the 76ers. But I also could say the same thing for Minnesota all day. And honestly, I didn't even realize this till I did some research on this game. But Anthony Edwards has only played, I think, 1 or 2 games over the last 3 weeks. So he really has been battling a lot of injuries, had some knee stuff going on. He had an illness. The one game he did play a couple nights ago, he actually came off the bench. He admitted to reporters that he was going to the bathroom when the game started. So he's very unfiltered, but I thought he was going to miss tonight's game. He did not play in the last Minnesota game a couple nights ago, but he is back. They say Anthony Edwards is available. So he will be playing for Minnesota. Rudy Gobert's on the floor. Jaden McDaniels is not. He has been out for about a week now dealing with left knee tendinopathy, patella tendinopathy. So Jaden McDaniels is out. That's a huge miss for Minnesota. And on the 76ers side, Joel Hans Embiid is back. At this point, man, I don't know what to say about Joel. You know, I come into every day, I wake up, I check the injury reports, I check them throughout the entire day, and I'm like, okay, hopefully Joel's going to play. If you saw this stream earlier today, I had Maxey as the thumbnail, because who knows if Joel's going to play. Last game he said he was going to play, then it was an April Fool's joke. Apparently he was too sick, and then today he woke up doubtful, and I'm like, okay, Joel's not going to play. They're going to play him tomorrow on the second half of a back-to-back, and then they upgrade him to probable, and now he's playing. So Joel Embiid is playing today. Tyrese Maxey's playing today. Paul George is playing. Sixers should have the entire band on the floor. Now, let's talk about this matchup real quick. These teams played each other once back in February. Honestly, you can't really take anything away from it. Paul George was suspended. Joel Embiid, I believe, I don't know what he had that day. It wasn't the oblique. It was right before the oblique. He might have had like a knee thing going on, knee injury recovery or something. Might have been the second of a back-to-back, actually, which is why they didn't play him. But anyway, Maxey went nuclear in that game, dropped 39, 8, and 3, 2 steals and a block. He was fantastic. Oubre had 18, VJ 24, and Grimes gave you a 19 bomb off the bench. So that was enough to beat Minnesota, but Rudy Gobert did not play in that game. If you remember, Joan Berringer, their first-round pick, had to play because Naz Reid was out and Rudy Gobert was out. So Berringer played. He got fouled out in 17 minutes of play, and the 76ers won that game. I like to look at Minnesota, and by the way, in case you didn't see the update like 10 minutes ago, which is actually why I was late, I was reading some things, but Luka Doncic, who has played 64 games on the regular season, is now out for the rest of the season, at least regular and maybe playoffs as well, due to a hamstring injury. I was watching the game last night. He pulled his hamstring against the Thunder, and the Thunder just completely obliterated the Lakers. But regardless, the 65-game rule strikes again. So a lot of people have been talking about it with Anthony Edwards, now Luka Doncic, all these other players. All I'm going to say is they did not have the same level of energy for Joel Embiid. They made the rule because of Joel Embiid. Now every one of your favorite superstars is not going to be eligible for awards this year. Now there's some huge outcry. But when it's Joel Embiid, or when it was Tyrese Maxey a couple weeks ago before we thought he was coming back, not even a peep. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, back to this game. So yeah, we can't take anything away from the first matchup back in February. So looking at this game tonight, there's a couple areas I think the Sixers need to exploit. Now, looking at the Minnesota Timberwolves, they are, hold on, let me pull this up here. They are 7th in points per game in the NBA. And they are, sorry, where did my other page go here? Let's see. Guess I closed it out. Okay. So they're 7th in offense in points per game. They're 11th in defense, opponent points per game. However, when you look at the offensive rating, Minnesota is 12th in the NBA, and defensive rating, they're 5th, which means their defense is a little bit better than it appears at the surface, and their offense is a little bit worse than it appears at the surface. But across the board, I would say Minnesota is like top 10 to 12 in almost every category. So they are a solid team. But from watching the Wolves a few times this year and seeing what people are saying about them, I almost view the Minnesota Timberwolves as kind of the Western Conference 76ers. May not be the best comparison, but you know how I always say the Sixers are the wild card team? I feel like Minnesota is a very wild card team. Like some days they show up and they're clicking and they look unstoppable. Same thing with how they've gone to the conference finals the last couple years. You just don't know what to expect out of Minnesota. And it does suck for the Sixers having to go up against Ant tonight because he did play in that last matchup. He had, 28 points? He had 28, 9, and 3. But he can go for 40 on any game. I mean, I think Anthony Edwards is one of the best young players in the association. And when he's healthy, he's just unbelievable. So it's going to be a tough matchup tonight. I do think this is where Paul George, VJ, whoever's guarding Ant has to really step up and lock him up and, not let him drop 50. But on the other hand, I mean, we talk about it every game. I'm tired of saying it. The Sixers have this issue on defense where they leave shooters wide open. They overhelp, they double, they trap, and they leave guys wide open. Minnesota is a pretty good three-point shooting team. Matter of fact, if I look up their percentage here, they're 5th in the NBA in three-point percentage at 37. They're a pretty good three-point shooting team. They're a pretty good defensive team. If you leave this team wide open, they're going to make you pay. So I can say it till I'm blue in the face, but if the Sixers continue to go with this philosophy where, they just leave these guys open, they're going to get torched tonight by DiVincenzo. Naz Reid can pop out and hit a three. Ayo Dosunmu's been a great pickup for Minnesota. He was kind of playing, kind of not with Chicago. He's averaging 14 points a game with Minnesota, just about. Naz Reid, DiVincenzo, I talked about. Bones Highland. Mike Conley has been filling in for Anthony Edwards as the starting guard, but he's pretty old at this point, but can still play, can still facilitate the rock. And Julius Randle's averaging 21, 7, and 5. So you pair all that with Anthony Edwards, they can play. But in my opinion, the way that the Sixers can really exploit this matchup is through Rudy Gobert. And I know that people are not going to agree with me. They never do. I am not a big fan of Rudy Gobert. I think he's a very good defender. I don't think he's an impactful player on a winning team. Rudy Gobert is not the modern day big, and he can be the defensive player of the year 500 times. He can win all the awards, but he is a liability when you force him out in space and try to make him do anything. So what the Sixers really need to do is they need to try to make this team vulnerable by making Rudy Gobert try to do something offensively. I just don't think Rudy Gobert is that good of a player. I think people overhype him. I think they overrate him. I think Naz Reid is a much better player. I think they should have kept Karl Anthony Towns over Rudy Gobert. That's just my opinion. A lot of people are going to hate me in the chat for that opinion, but I think Rudy Gobert is not that good of a player, and I think you have to try to make him do something. He is averaging 11 points a game this season. He's averaging 11 rebounds as well. But from the free throw line, he's shooting 52%. Foul him, put him at the line, hack a Rudy, do what you got to do. And if I'm Joel Embiid, now again, this is very varying to a degree because is Joel Embiid healthy tonight? Is he going to play through the flu? Is he 100%? Who knows? Did they shoot him up with all kinds of stuff? I don't know. If Joel is the healthy version of Joel Embiid, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a matchup inside, but I still think Joel is good enough to take Rudy. I think he has crushed him, many times in his career, and I don't think Rudy Gobert can stop Joel. And if Joel can live in that mid-range, where he's got that bread and butter, little jab, pull-up, smooth jumper, he can bait Rudy into some fouls, and he can dominate him. That's how I feel. I also don't think the Minnesota Timberwolves have enough defensive weapons to stop Maxey, VJ, and Paul George if Paul George continues to play the way he is right now. Other than that, I think, again, Minnesota's pretty solid in a lot of areas, but, PG or VJ, whoever's guarding Ant has to step up and, keep them under 35, keep them under 30. You do that, I am very confident the Sixers can win this game. I probably would go with Drummond tonight over Bona as well. Nurse probably won't do it, but I think the rebounding will be huge in this game. Again, Naz Reid, not Andre Drummond, Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, whoever else they throw in there, like these guys can rebound. So, yeah, that's kind of how I'm viewing this game. We'll see what Nick Nurse decides to do. It's kind of a hit or miss every game. We don't know how the Sixers are going to attack, what their game plan is. And, yeah, man, I don't know. Both of these teams are wild card teams. They could both show up and have the best game of the season, or they could both be ridiculous and not hustle, not give effort, etc. However, last thing I will say before we get to our predictions, it's funny. I was looking at the 76ers schedule, and they've actually had this pattern ongoing. So starting with the Brooklyn game back on March 14th, they won 2 in a row. Then they lost 1. Then they won 2 in a row. Then they lost 1. Then they won 2 in a row. Then they lost 1. So if the pattern continues, they should win tonight and lose tomorrow. That's kind of what the schedule would show. Again, that's just a little fun thing. I don't think we can really go off of that. And then looking at Minnesota, they have won, 6 out of their last, I'm sorry, 5 out of their last 8. So Minnesota, again, they beat Boston by 10 on the road. They beat Houston in overtime. They've lost to Detroit twice without Cade. So again, they're like, you don't know who you're going to get when you're facing this Timberwolves team. They're very hit or miss, and I think the Sixers are the same way. So it should create an interesting matchup tonight. But if we look at the NBA standings, this is a very important game because, again, first off, shout out to the Toronto Raptors. They lost to the Sacramento Kings the other night. I did not think that was a possibility, but they did. That allowed the Sixers, who do have the tiebreak. That was a question in the postgame last time. Who has the tiebreak? The Sixers have it. So they are currently in the 6th seed. They're tied with Toronto, but they are in the 6th seed because of the tiebreaker. And Atlanta is a game and a half ahead of the Sixers in the 5 seed. And Atlanta is playing the Brooklyn Nets tonight. So they're going to win that game most likely. So the Sixers, once again, have to win this game to keep par. They have the Pistons tomorrow night without Cade Cunningham. So realistically, you're like, okay, maybe the Sixers should be able to win these games. But then again, are they going to play Paul George and Joel Embiid for back-to-back games? Probably not, right? So anyway, we don't know if they're going to play. And yeah, this is the game you got to win, right? Even if Joel and PG don't play tomorrow, you got to win this game tonight. Like, this is the one that you have to get. We will talk about this. We will break it all down and more, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and by the way, Minnesota's 6th in the Western Conference. I mean, they have a pretty sizable lead in the play-in, ahead of the play-in, so they're still in a good spot, but they can even move up more, especially with the Lakers injury that just happened and the Rockets not playing that well. So we'll see what happens, man. This is a big game for both teams tonight. We will break it all down and more, and I want to get your predictions in the chat. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time for our final score predictions presented by Prize Picks. Ladies and gentlemen, I need 4 things from you in the chat. Give me your final score prediction. Who gets the W tonight? Who will be the leading scorer of this game, and how many points will they have? I was on the money last game. I picked Paul George. I didn't think he would have 39, his most in a Sixers uniform, but I hope he can keep up the momentum tonight. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, give me your 4 predictions in the chat right now. 130 people in here. Get this up to 100 likes. Thank you so much for being here. And once again, give me your 4 predictions in the chat. Final score, who gets the W, who will be the leading scorer, and how many points will they have? All right, I will give you my prediction on the other side, but first, a shout out to our great partners of the show over at Prize Picks. Ladies and gentlemen, download the Prize Picks app right now. Sign up, use the code CLNS. Playoff push is heating up. Tournament hoops are here. There's no better way to cash in if you're right on high-flying hoops action than with Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. Every bucket, every dime, every win means more when you're playing on Prize Picks. You can pick on their brand new team picks markets along with all the player picks you already know about. Cash in if you're right during all the clutch buckets, slam dunks, and Cinderellas this spring with team picks on Prize Picks. We have the March Madness tournament this weekend too, right? Final 4. You know I'm going with my guy on Michigan, but Arizona was my winner pick, so it's going to be a big-time matchup. You can pick that game. You can pick on the Sixers tonight if you think they can get this W against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Team Picks has made the watching experience so much more enjoyable for everyone because you can root for a team and also cash in if you make the right picks. And with Team Picks, what's really cool is you can pick who's going to win the league, the MVP, or other awards as well. It's just another way to pick the sports you love, all on Prize Picks. Team Picks are available in 35 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, Washington, and more. So download the Prize Picks app today. Pick your first game winner, spread, or total as the playoff push rolls on. Get $50 in daily fantasy lineups when you play your first $5 lineup when you use code CLNS. Once again, use code CLNS. Get $50 in daily fantasy lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Shout out to Prize Picks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time for our final score predictions. It's going to be a tough one tonight, man, but Joel Embiid is playing. Paul George starting to look like playoff P. Somebody had the funniest comment on one of our, I think it was our clips or community posts. They said, my boy went from DNP G13 to something P. What did he say? I forget. It was hilarious, though, man. He's DNP G13 to put him on at P or something like that. But anyway, man, Sixers got their guys playing. I think this is going to be a cardiac game. I think it's going to be a tough one down to the wire. Sixers have to win in the margins tonight. They cannot make a lot of mistakes like they did in the first half last game. But with VJ getting his confidence, Maxey, PG, and now Joel's back. If Joel is healthy, that's an asterisk, okay? We don't know. But if he is fully healthy and not sick, I think Joel Embiid is going to be able to dominate Rudy Gobert. Give me the Sixers in this game, man. Give me the Sixers 114 to 106. 114 to 106. Sixers get a W. And I'm going to take Tyrese Maxey to be the leading scorer tonight. I think Joel will have a lot of pressure on him. I think they'll put a lot of attention on Joel. Still think he's going to have a good game, mid-20s maybe, high 20s. Paul George, playing great right now. But I think Tyrese Maxey has been building up this momentum the last couple of games. So give me Maxey for 33 tonight. Sixers win it 114-106. That is my prediction. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's go, man. Let's go. $2 Super Chat. Philly for Life says, what up, RB? Sorry I missed last game. I passed out. Philly, what's up, brother? Philly says, we need this one, RB. Give me Embiid for 33. VJ 23. Thank you for the $2 Super Chat, and thanks for being a great member and supporter of the channel. Let's go. Give me your predictions in the chat, guys. Let's see. We got any others in here? 118-109 Philly. 125-120 to Philly, says DM. Clint, what's going on, brother? 117-109 and B29. I like it. Big Rud says 119-112. T-Wolves Ant with 30. Sixers hater Big Rud enters the chat. Busy B in the house. What up, Busy? 118-112. Sixers Joel 34. 113-111. Sixers VJ with 29. I like it. And B38 tonight. 129-119 Sixers. 122-98 Sixers. Embiid with 50 tonight. I love it. I'm going to say 157-127 Sixers. Joel with 40 tonight. Everybody's predicting a big Joel night. VJ leads the Sixers to the win 101-96. VJ 45, new career high. Oh, you guys are coming with the heat tonight, man. You guys are coming with the fire. 135-130 in overtime. Joel with 40. Embiid 50 is a good bet. Really hope we don't end up in the play, and they got to win tonight and tomorrow, man. Big games. Got to stay ahead of Toronto. Did I mention Toronto is playing Memphis tonight? You think Toronto's going to slip up again? Probably not. They lost to the Kings the other night. They can't do it again. So yeah, man. I don't think Toronto is going to slip up, in my opinion. Philly for Life 133-130 Sixers. John Monroe says Sixers 122-118. VJ for 31. Big VJ night. I'll take it. 109-96 Wolves. Sixers fan. Oh, picking against Sixers. Think the Wolves are going to get a big tough W. They need it too, man. They need it too. 118-109 Sixers. Maxey 37. It's going to be interesting, man. It is going to be interesting. 130 people in the chat, 48 likes. Guys, I'm not going to sit here and beg you to hit the like button, man. It takes half a second, though. It pushes us. It soars us into the algorithm, and it gets more fans in this community. We are trying to grow. We're trying to get to 100K, man. I think we're going to have a lot of fun in the playoffs, so share this around with a friend, a family member. Share it in your group chat. Go over to your next door neighbor's house. Knock on their door. Show them our channel. Tell them to hit the subscribe button. Let's go, man. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. We need the energy. First of a back-to-back. I want to see some fires in the chat, man. Drop the beat. It's Friday night. We are not letting them off the hook tonight, man. It's RB and the community. Sixers Game Day live show. Y'all are the best, man. Let's get it. I'm ready. Yeah. Let's go, man. Embiid usually gives Gobert business, but not tonight. He's off lately. Joel's been cooking lately. He just was sick last game he played on Monday night against Miami. He was sick, man, and then he was sick last game. He couldn't even play. But hopefully, I mean, look, I said this, man. If Joel Embiid is not healthy tonight, if he's trying to play through an illness or a flu or whatever, I don't think the Sixers can probably win this game. I'll be honest with you. If he's going to play and he's like lethargic again, like that's why it was so weird on Monday night where he wasn't like rebounding. He wasn't doing anything. If he plays like that, no, I don't think the Sixers win this game. But I'm assuming because they cleared him to play that he's actually going to be all right. So we will see, man. 160 people in here. Welcome in. Friday night, Sixers Game Day live show. We've been doing it all season long. We give you pregame, live game, and post-game shows. We do all of them continuously, one after the other. We break it all down. We give you every component of coverage you need. The live play-by-play call, the live stats, the scoreboard. We read out people's comments. Even though now I'm starting to think I'm like, dang, if people can't even hit the thumbs up button, I'm like, maybe we should be more selective with who we're reading. You know what I'm saying? But listen, man, regardless, we give you every piece of coverage, 4 hours of condensed combined coverage. We are pumping it out. We are grinding it out for y'all, man. So thank you for being a part of this community. And please do not spam the chat. Otherwise, you will be timed out. And please do not spoil the game for others. Wait until I call it before you comment on it in the chat. Because that frustrates people when they're not trying to be spoiled by others in the chat. All right, y'all. Listen, man. It is about that time. Also, one thing I wanted to say, too. Make sure you guys are on live. You know, click your YouTube screen wherever you're watching. Make sure you're on the live broadcast. Sometimes if YouTube hits you with an ad, sometimes you get pushed back a little bit. And you don't want to miss the trivia because we have 6 trivias left. And whoever gets the most points is going to get a big prize at the end. And we have a very tight trivia race. So you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. Chat, how are we feeling, man? How are we feeling? I saw a lot of discourse over the last, 20, 30 minutes about the Luka Doncic thing. The 65 game rule strikes again. So now the Lakers, people don't want to admit this, man, but the last, I would say 4 years, the NBA has had a very bad issue with injuries. Everybody keeps getting hurt in the regular season. This is why these guys want a shorter schedule. They don't want back-to-backs. They don't want to play. And look, it does suck for Luka Doncic. He has been on a historic tear. He's been unbelievable. And now, with him being out, the Lakers are cooked. So you can take the Lakers out of the playoff equation. By the way, okay, I don't want to go off on this tangent because I know the little McCain haters are going to start, they're going to hear this. They'll be out eating at a restaurant. They're going to somehow hear that I'm talking about McCain, and they're going to flood in bro, you're still talking about this? I watched the Thunder Lakers game last night. Oh my gosh, bro. The Thunder don't need Jared McCain. They don't need Isaiah Joe. They don't even need J-Dub. The Thunder are so good, man. I do think the San Antonio Spurs can give them a run, but I've changed my mind. I don't think the Thunder will be beat by anybody. I don't think the OKC Thunder can lose. I think the Spurs will give them a good run for their money in the conference finals if they make it there. But the Sixers did not need to gift Jared McCain to the Thunder. They did not need to gift them Isaiah Joe a couple years ago. And dude, the Thunder are ridiculous, man. The Thunder are ridiculous, man. They're so good. They really are. Busy Bee says good vibes for sure. Game is at 7, right? Yeah, it's at 7, man. It's at 7. No worries. Should be starting soon. Barlow needs to have a bounce back game, making his presence known. Good point. Yeah, Barlow's been quiet lately. I definitely disagree. Who do you think's going to beat the Thunder then? That's my question. Because I've been on the Spurs wave since game 20 to 30, but the Thunder are just ridiculous. Bro, you're a Thunder fan at this point. There we go. There we go. Yo, I can predict the future, man. I knew I had a lot of powers. I didn't think I could predict the future, man. There's one of them. There's one of them just tuned in like, oh, you're talking about McCain. Just being honest, man. Thunder are dangerous. They were up by like 50-something yesterday in their sleep in like the second quarter. Isaiah Joe hit like 6 threes. I'm like, dude, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. What makes them really crazy is that their defense is on a different level, man. But what I will say is maybe the NBA is so unpredictable that the Sixers somehow strike lightning and they just go to the finals. Like maybe it is the Sixers' year and the NBA is so unpredictable and we don't know what's going to happen. And maybe Cade Cunningham doesn't play in the playoffs and the Sixers are like, you know what? We'll just take a run. Why not? But yeah, who do you think is going to beat the Thunder? Boston can give them a run? I don't think so. I really don't think so. And shout out to the Celtics. They've played well this year. Great system, great coach. Thunder are dangerous, man. We are seeing the beginning of a potential dynasty, and they have so many draft picks. They might have 3 in the first round this year. It's just ridiculous. Maybe the Sixers can beat them in the finals. Who knows? Oh, man. That would be some kind of series, man. That would be some kind of series. But the Spurs are fun, though. They are fun. I do hope we get a Thunder Spurs Western Conference Finals. I can guarantee you I will be streaming that entire series if it does happen. That would be very fun. Not going to lie. What else we got up in the chat, man? 200 people in here. Get us up to 100 likes so we can wake up the neighbors. We can't play that air horn until we hit 100, but game should be starting momentarily. Once again, we give you pregame, live game, and post-game coverage. Let's keep it going, man. Quentin Grimes was talking to the media today. He said, yeah, this roster is scary. He said, we are deep at every position. So Quentin Grimes is buying the Sixers stock right now. Quentin Grimes thinks the Sixers can make a run. What do you guys think? Has anybody figured out this 76ers team yet this season? I mean, I can't believe, by the way, that it is game 77. Like, the season has felt slow, but it's also felt pretty fast. And somehow the Sixers survived the March gauntlet, even without all their players playing. Maybe the Sixers' load management plan is working to actually get them to the postseason healthy, but who knows? Like, it is so wild card-like right now. It is so unpredictable. I don't know what's going to happen. I could see the Sixers going to the playoff. I could see the Sixers losing in the play-in. I really could. And I could also see them going to the second round and battling a team. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. What I do know is that based on the numbers and the data, the Sixers are not really that good in any specific area. Like, they have the analytics and the data of a mid team, but it's hard to take all that data into account because their players have only played a handful of games together. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, but I've talked about 2 things the entire season. Number 1 is the rebounding. Rebounding has been putrid, more so the effort on the offensive glass. And number 2 has been the leaving shooters wide open for 3. So anyway, that's where I'm at. All right, here we go, man. Starting lineups tonight for the Timberwolves. Dante DiVincenzo, Anthony Edwards returns tonight. Ayo Dosunmu, Julius Randle, and Rudy Gobert for the Sixers. Joel Embiid returns tonight, along with Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Paul George, and Dominic Barlow. Spurs didn't beat them. They dog walked them. That's true. That's true. Maybe the Spurs do have their number for, maybe they're that team. But I don't know, man. The Thunder are good. I really hope we get that series. I would love to stream that series. Karen in the chat. What's up, Karen? Don Boyle in the house. What's up? What will kill the Sixers is defense and rebounding. Yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. All right, guys, here we go. 210 in the chat, 76 on the like button. Get us up to 300 likes. Let's go. This is a big game for the 76ers tonight. Let's go. This is a huge game for actually both of these teams. We don't know if Joel and Paul George will play tomorrow night. So we will see. This is a big game they have to win. They did beat the Wolves, but a lot of players were not playing in that game back on February 22nd. So let's see what happens, man. Guys, make sure you stay interactive in the chat. It makes this show a whole lot more fun. We will get the stats up here in a second. There we go. Get that up. And then let's go ahead and get this up. All righty. Chad, how are we feeling, man? Where's the real Sixer and Philly take diehards, man? Where's the real diehards? I want to hear from you guys in the chat, Always want to shout out the real ones. We are off here in South Philly. Dante DiVincenzo working with the first possession after Minnesota won the tip-off. And Anthony Edwards stepped out of bounds. Timberwolves rocking their alternate jerseys tonight, I think. Maybe they're alternates. Gray with a neon green. Sixers rocking the red jerseys. It's been a while since I've seen the Sixers wear the red unis. We will hit the air horn once we get to 100 likes. Here's VJ Edgecombe with the ball first. Drives around a screen, turns and spins. VJ against Desunmo. Turnaround, fadeaway. It's money! Woo! What a shot by VJ Edgecombe. Talked a lot about him needing the ball in his hands. Matter of fact, I dropped the video yesterday. Make sure you check it out. That's why I got to have noties on. And I talked about VJ's rookie season. I feel like he's not getting enough credit. As Minnesota misses a three, here's VJ Edgecombe again, handling the rock. Coming around a screen, finds Joel Embiid. I felt like against the Wizards, they should have had VJ touching the ball more, get him comfortable. Maxey throws to Embiid off the pick and pop, and Embiid wasn't ready for it. It's going to be a turnover into the backcourt. Guys, can we get some fires for VJ in the chat? Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month announced yesterday, his first time winning the award. 18.9 points per game in the month of March. Con Knipple had won it every other month, but VJ Edgecombe finally gets it done. Randall the miss, Gobert the rebound, puts it up and couldn't get it to go. Like I said, man, Rudy Gobert does not have an offensive game. Joel hands to Maxey. Maxey drives in the mid-range. Here's Joel from the elbow. Can't get it. Rebounded by Desunmo. Up to Anthony Edwards. Edwards starting the game tonight, not off the bench. Edwards working against VJ. He's going to drive with the left hand, and he's poked and fouled by Dominic Barlow. Sixers tried to do a little trapsy there, and Barlow got whistled. Dang, still not even at 100 yet, man. It's crazy. It's all good, chat. Marsha, what's up? Shout out to Marsha McCullum, longtime channel member and supporter of the Fire Take Nation. Where's my real diehards, man? Step up in the chat. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Edwards going to go 1 of 2 at the stripe. Here's Joel Embiid. Joel going to hand off to VJ. VJ coming around downhill. VJ steps through to the rim, misses his own layup. Can't get it. Barlow gets the offensive rebound. Here's Paul George from the wing. Cha-ching! Woo! PG picking up where he left off on Wednesday evening. If you didn't watch my video yesterday, I said Paul George is the X factor. And DiVincenzo's going to get fouled behind the line. It's Maxey. He knew he made a mistake. DiVincenzo's headed to the stripe for 3. Yo, Paul George. Guys, is Paul George back, man? Is he back? Said it on the postgame show last time out, but this is finally a glimpse of the Paul George that the Sixers signed back in July of 24. First one, go to the line for Dante. RB, did you see PG coaching VJ on his separation? I did see that. I tweeted about it. Matter of fact, I was actually talking about that yesterday on my video. I was saying how, like, VJ's really made a lot of progression throughout his rookie season. If you guys look at VJ's numbers in a typical season, he would be running away with the Rookie of the Year race. But because this has been such a great year for rookies, you know, Khan, Cooper, even Ace to a degree, Dylan Harper, like, it's just been hard. But, and by the way, DiVincenzo only had 2 free throws. I thought it was 3. He made both. Sixers turn it over. It was Paul George. Here's Edwards on the other end. Can't knock down the triple. He's only played 2 games in the last 3.5 weeks. Edwards dealing with a lot of stuff with his knee. They get the ball to Joel inside. He lays it up, misses it, taps it back, can't get it to go. Missed opportunity, and here come the Wolves 5-on-4. Randall to Gobert, taps it out to Edwards. The pump fake, the pull-up, mid-range, bang. Game is tied at 5. Here's Tyrese Maxey working against DiVincenzo. Maxey going to turn, drive, and gets it to go high off the bank as he turned the corner. Tyrese Maxey is on the board. Maxey had 39 in that game against Minnesota back in February. DiVincenzo and airball. Gobert got grabbed. I believe it's going to be a second on... Wait, was that on Joel or Barlow? I think it was on Joel, actually. Might have been on Joel. Let's go, chat. Edwards going to find DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo back to Edwards. 5 on the shot clock. 3.5 minutes in. Here's Edwards against VJ. Edwards puts up the midi. Can't get it to go. Great defense by VJ Edgecombe. Here's Maxey up the floor, guarded by Dosunmu. Ayo Dosunmu's been great for the Timberwolves thus far. Here's Barlow off the dish. He drives, and he was fouled hard by Julius Randle. Barlow really faked out Randle with a kind of like one of those half turn your head, look like you're going to find a teammate, and he just went blitzing to the rim. Randle was sleeping. Randle with a little bit of a hard foul. So it's Barlow going to the line. Mr. Scum says, RB Philly take class of 2022 stand up. Let's go, boy. First one good at the line for Dominic Barlow. We got 300 people in the chat. Still don't have 100 likes. All right, we'll get back to the chat, man. I'm going to need y'all to wake up a little bit, man. This is a big game tonight. I know there's a lot going on in Philly sports today, but yo, this is a huge game, man. Barlow knocked him down at the line. Actually, no, he went one of 2. My bad. Randall missed the layup. Here comes Paul George off the board. 4-on-4. Maxey finds a cutting Barlow. Barlow to the rim. Throws down the tomahawk. Let's go, Dom. Someone in the pregame show said, I need Barlow to have a big game. Here he is. Barlow's waking up. Let's go. Dosunmu around the screen. He drives into the paint, switches on to Joel. Now they take Joel out to the perimeter. He traps Dosunmu in the corner. Back to Edwards, and VJ tapped it away. Great defense, fellas. Great defense, fellas. Let's go. Let's go. Here's Julius Randle, a spot up 3, and they capitalize. Barlow lost them for a second, and it was Julius Randle, who's had a pretty good season under the radar. Knocks it down. Paul George now with the ball, finds Joel. Ball's moving pretty well. Embiid, the pull-up, can't get it. PG, the offensive rebound. Sixers, nice hustle. VJ thinks 3, now drives into the lane. VJ takes it back out against Randle. Here's Paul George. Ooh, through the leg. Step back for three. Can't get it. Wolves pick it up. 2-point game. 6:40 to go here in the first. Sunmo going to step back, find DiVincenzo for a deep three. Way off the mark. Up and down here for Dante DiVincenzo. Maxey, the step back trifecta. No good. Barlow, the offensive rebound. Nice takeaway. Almost walked. Paul George for three. It's short. Sixers are getting the looks. They just need to capitalize. They need to knock them down. Here's Ayo Dosunmu guarding the rock. Here's a three ball. Dosunmu can't get it to go. So a lot of misses early on here. We'll see who can get hot from the field. Dosunmu's been a great ad for Minnesota. Like I said, they've needed a point guard. And we're going to have a timeout by Nick Nurse. 330 people in the chat. We finally got 100 likes. Drop the yes, sir. Let's go. Yes, sir. Wake them up, man. Wake them up. Chat, I'm just letting y'all know right now, man. The real ones in here, bro. We will continue to shout you guys out. Let's see the real ones in the chat, man. Playoff streams are going to get hefty, man. Hopefully it's Sixers playoff streams, but you know what I mean. We got to show love to the ones that show love. How about our mods, man? Show some love to our mod squad. We're probably going to add a few more before we get into the postseason, potentially. Mods holding it down. Shout out to the members. Let's go. Shout out to the damn neighbors. Neighbor said what's up to me today, so I don't know if the neighbor's trying to get in good or if they know the deal, what's going on. Maybe it's just a ploy. I don't know. My guard is up. My guard is up. Let's see some blue and red in the chat as well. Sixer Nation, time for a roll call, man. Tap in and step up in the chat. Let me know you're in here, man. Shout out to the members. Busy B in here. Go Birds, what's up? Dom Boyle in the chat. Got our guy Clint in here. Sixer Sam in the building. What's up, Sixer Sam? Long time no see. Marsha McCollum in the chat. Let's go. We got our guy Cable in here trying to stay on top of the leaderboard. Our guy Cable has a 2-point lead on the trivia race leaderboard with 6 games to go. He was once down 8-2 against Lou World, and he overtook him for the lead. Will he be able to finish it out? We shall see. $2 super chat. Philly for life says real ones no RB 5 years and running. Let's go. Philly for life in the chat. Philly's my guy, man. He's been here from the jump. RB, I listen to every game at work. I can't chat. Been tuning in since pretty much day one. Keep doing your freaking thing, bro. Thank you, man. Let's go. Let's go. Legendary in the chat. Ambitious Royalty in the chat. Who else? Scum in the chat. Let's go. Brad P in the chat. What's up? Bamboo, what's up? Let's go. I didn't like the video. That's fraudulent behavior, man. Let's go. Let's go, chat. So a very sluggish start for this team, for both teams tonight in a big game. Here's Joel Embiid. Nice rotation. Pulls it up and hits from the baseline. Sixers up by 4. Big shot for Joel to get him on the board. I like that. Started the game 0 of 5. Here's Anthony Edwards going to drive, pull up, mid-range, bang. The quick answer from Minnesota. It's going to be the Ant-Man show tonight. Got to find a way to stop him. There's Paul George against Edwards. He drives, uses his arm. VJ up to Maxey. Nice ball movement. Joel's wide open, takes a bounce, and then gets blocked. Terrible decision by Joel Embiid. Naz Reid on the other side gets blocked by Barlow. This time hooks it up on the second attempt, and he gets it to fall. I don't know why Joel took a dribble there. Had a wide open 3 ball. But anyway, Naz Reid is in the game along with Bones Highland. Maxey going to find VJ. VJ dribbles, drives downhill, two-hand gather, and he's fouled. VJ Edgecombe, I like that aggression. I like that a lot. Bones Highland, former first-round pick by the Denver Nuggets back in 2021. He's played with the Clippers and the Wolves as well. Averaging 8 points a game off the bench this season. The Sunmo down the lane, blocked by Tyrese Maxey. Sixers turn it right back over, though. And then Joel Embiid's going to block the Sunmu. Holy smokes, man. Sixers are playing defense tonight. I did not anticipate them playing defense like this. Timberwolves and Sixers are both top 5 in the NBA in blocks. But right now, it's the Sixers who have been the enforcers on defense. Edwards around a high screen, a 3-ball, can't get the bounce. Kelly Oubre and Quentin Grimes in for the first time. Game is tied at 12. 4:20 to go here in the first. Maxey downhill, turns, spins, Embiid. Now Embiid's going to dribble and find Oubre. Oubre had it poked away and a late foul on Anthony Edwards. Let's go, man. Lil Monster says, always appreciate your stream. Thank you, man. Dom says, hit the like button. No spoilers. Yeah, exactly. No spoilers, guys, please. All right, get us up to 200 likes, man. We are at 135. Get us to that 200. Welcome in Sixers Game Day Live. Interesting game so far. Here's Joel, little sidestep, deep three, misses again. I am not liking the way Joel is playing this game offensively right now. Honestly, just shot chucking. Here's Anthony Edwards against Oubre. Edwards at the wing, 10 on the shot clock. Wolves swinging it around. Here's Naz Reid. They're going double big lineup. Reid going to spin to his left. Tried to get a foul. Couldn't. Nice defense by Grimes. Going to stay with Minnesota. 4 on the shot clock. Sixers need to keep up this level of defensive intensity, man. Gobert's going to shoot a wide open 3. Just missed it. Man, I can't believe he shot that. That's crazy. Embiid left them wide open. It was closer than I thought. Maxey swings it back to Joel. Joel wide open for 3. Short again. Barlow the putback.
He's on fire.
Dominic Barlow with the scoop and the slam. Even VJ couldn't believe it on the bench. Here's Anthony Edwards. Edwards kicks it up top. Here's Bones Highland working against Quentin Grimes. Swings it over to Naz Reid. The dribble, the drive. Left hand to right. Steps over, floats it up. Can't get it. Kyle Anderson in for the first time for Minnesota. Didn't even know he was back on Minnesota. Maxey with the up and under gets it to flow. Sixers lead it by 4. Maxey's got the pinky taped, but it doesn't matter. Woo! Dominic Barlow's doing everything here in his first quarter. This is the Dominic Barlow. This is the Dominic Barlow that the Sixers have been missing. He is fantastic right now, man. Wow, what a start to this game, man. Can we get some fires in the chat for Dominic Barlow, man? Let's freaking go, man.
He's on fire!
Shout out to all 350 in the building. 143 likes. Get us to 200, man. Give us some fires in the chat for Dom Barlow. Be back with a quick 30.
Meet my dad. National University supports all his ends with flexible online courses. He can be a student and catch bad guys on the internet and teach me how to hit a curveball and serve his country. He's an ander. National University, supporting all your ands.
2 words, ladies and gentlemen. Dominic Barlow. 5 points, 6 rebounds, 1 block in 9 minutes. Listen, Barlow's been my guy from training camp. I've been on Barlow since the beginning of the season. Played really good for like 3 months, got a contract, had like 2 really bad back injuries. He's been playing through it. He has not looked good for the last month and a half, 2 months. This is the first time that Barlow's looking like himself that I've seen in a while. He's crashing the glass. He's got 3 offensive rebounds already. I mean, I talked in the pregame show about the rebounding, right? Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid. If Dom Barlow is dominating them like this tonight, huge advantage for Philly. And honestly, Joel Embiid has started off this game horribly. He's 1 of 8. But Barlow's been cleaning up the glass. He's cleaning up the mess right now. And Barlow's really keeping the Sixers afloat right now. Fredo says, I like the way they're playing on defense right now. Yeah, I agree. The defense has been great. We got some T-Wolves fans in the chat. Hey, man, welcome in. Welcome in. We welcome everybody here, man. Not just Philly fans. You are absolutely welcome. We stream other games as well. So, like I said, just trying to build a really cool NBA community. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the chat. Just be respectful, you know? So Adem Bona comes in for the 76ers. Naz Reid dribbles downhill, kicks out to Anderson. Anderson drives, swings it out. Here's Naz Reid, corner 3. Can't get it to fall. Nice closeout by Philly. I thought Nurse might go with Drummond tonight, just given the size difference, but maybe not. Maxey steps through, lays it up, can't get it. Bona couldn't grab it. Here's Bones Highland, hesitates, drives, blows by Maxey, kicks out to the corner, swings it up top. Naz Reid for 3, misses again. Wolves get an offensive rebound. Bona looks lost. Reid, Highland in the corner of 3, and it's in and out. It rimmed around and bounced out. Lucky break for Philly. Barlow dribbles off the bounce, goes up. Just a tad short. Here's Julius Randle driving downhill with the right hand. Turns. Uh-oh, here we go with this trap. Yeah, I knew it was coming. Barlow picks up a second foul. He can't do that, Dominic. I'm going to be honest with you, Nurse. You can't keep having these guys do that, man. There's no way that you've still gone with this defensive philosophy all season long. I just don't understand it. Sixers are doing just fine. Sixers are doing just fine on defense. Why are you trapping, man? Now Barlow has to go to the bench, and Nurse probably won't play him later in the game. Here's Naz Reid for 3. Misses it. Wolves have not scored in 3.5 minutes and counting. 1:50 to go here in this quick first quarter. Paul George, behind the back, step back over DiVincenzo. Oh! Hold up, man. Don't get me excited, bro. There's no way this is the Paul George that we've seen for the last 2 years. There's no way, man. Are y'all watching this, man? PG looks like Clippers PG right now. Anderson kicks it up top. Highland for 3. Misses it again. Another offensive rebound. Anderson puts it up. Misses again. It's above 4 minutes now that they've had a drought. Paul George, pump fake, drive downhill. Paul George fouled at the rim. PG! Woo! I'm almost starting to think PG got a suspension on purpose so he could rest, man. Yo, this PG is looking fresh. Am I going to overreact, guys and girls? Of course. Of course I am. I'm going to overreact. I'm going to freak out because why not? Because I'm a Sixers fan. Why not? Randall turns and spins, floats it up and gets it to go. Paul George went 1 of 2 at the stripe. So it is a 5-point game now. 50 seconds to play in quarter number 1. Maxey drives and spins. Now they got Bones Highland on Tyrese Maxey. Kelly Oubre going to step in for a 3. Can't get it to fall that time. Here's Julius Randle. Randle guarded by Paul George. Anderson going to drive. He just took 5 steps. Where's the travel? 3 ball goes over the backboard. Yo, how do y'all not call that a travel? That's insane, man. That's insane how they didn't call that a travel. How many steps did he take? Look, they're showing a replay. 1, 2, 3, 4. How do they not call that a travel, bro? There's no way. Whew. These refs really don't watch, man. That's crazy work, man. That is crazy work, I'm not going to lie. 10 seconds to go here in quarter number 1. Paul George guarded by Dante DiVincenzo. PG on the ISO, tried to go behind the back, almost lost it, somehow gets it back, and his heel stepped on the half-court line. Oh, he was about to hit a 3, man. Paul George was about to hit a 3, and his foot stepped on the line. But, yo, he's trying to get active with these dribble packages right now. I'm not going to lie, man. This is looking like the Paul George I used to play with in 2K with the Indiana Pacers. Here's the inbound to Randle, kicks it out. DiVincenzo, wide open corner 3. Terrible defense by the Sixers. Gave up a wide open 3. Paul George half-court heave, and it's no good. So a very lethargic first quarter on both sides. Takes us to the end of number 1. It is 19-17 Sixers. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the first quarter, which means it is time for our favorite segment, Sixer Scholars Trivia. Presented by our great partners over at National University. You know the drill by now. Only one guess permitted in the chat. If you guess more than once, you'll be disqualified. I will say the question first, then I will put it in the chat. Very tight trivia race. 6 questions left. Who will get the W? Big one tonight. It's worth 1 point. All right, get those keyboards ready. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's trivia question is, what is the most turnovers committed in a single game by a Sixers player in franchise history? What is the most turnovers committed in a single game by a Sixers player in franchise history? Give you guys 30 seconds. See if anybody gets it. Only one guess, though. What is the most turnovers committed in a single game by a Sixers player in franchise history? While you guys type those answers, real quick, shout out to NU, man. Thank you to them for being great partners of the show. You want to get that education. You want to go back to school, get that next degree. Check them out, man. National University. They got a bunch of scholarships ongoing right now. Check them out. Thank you to them. 10 seconds left, man. Here's a little hint. It's actually been done twice in Sixers history by 2 different players. All right. Time is up. Time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, the question of the day is, what is the most turnovers committed in a single game by a Sixers player in franchise history? It has been done once by Allen Iverson in 2005. It has been done by George McGinnis in 1977. The correct answer is 12. 2 people got it at the same exact time. MM3 1014 and Go Birds 76ers. Dan B and Don Boyle just a split second late. Almost had a 4-way tie. But MM3 and Go Birds 76ers, congratulations for both snagging a point here in the Sixers trivia. Oubre misses the drive to the lane. Wolves get it back now. Here come the Timberwolves. Randle up the floor. Here's Highland. Now Anderson. Kyle Anderson with that ugly jump shot. This time he throws it up one hand and gets it to fall. Thank you to everybody for playing Sixer Scholars Trivia. Now we got a drink spill on the side. Thank you. Give me some time to track these winners. I don't even know how Kyle Anderson is honestly still in the NBA, but he is. He is somehow, some way. All right, let's go ahead and mark down our winners here, and then we'll take a look at the leaderboard. Maybe just for fun, we'll start doing some bonus questions in the last couple of games. Who knows? Oh, surprise. Who knows, man? Who knows? Let's see. Let me go ahead and track these down, man. Guys, if you have not yet, make sure y'all hit that thumbs up button, man. Subscribe to the channel. We do this every single game, man. Every single game. So we got the drink cleaned up. Here's Paul George against Kyle Anderson. Bona under the lane, and he slams it on the baseline. Big time dunk. Big time dunk. Here's Nasri driving to the rim, goes up left hand off the spin, gets it to go. We're tied at 21. Here's Paul George coming around, working against DiVincenzo. Spins to his right, fades away. Paul George again. Yo, PG's starting to look like preseason PG last year. He's looking like preseason P. Here's the drive, the dish under, and Reed couldn't grab it. It's a turnover. Here's a Dembona cutting. Kelly Oubre backdoor. The Wolves were not ready. We got a foul. It's actually going to be an offensive foul on the Sixers, so it will not count. It will not count. I guess it was on Kelly. How are we feeling, chat? Kyle Anderson fumbled the bag backdoor. Butterfingers. So the Sixers lead it by 2. 23-21. Now we got a foul on the other end. So we had like no fouls in the first quarter. Now it's turned into a foul festival. What we got in the chat, man? 380 people in here. Let's go. Get us to 200 likes. Chat's sleeping right now. Paul George is at the line. First one is good. Paul George going to knock down a pair at the line. 25-21. Here we go. Here we go. 9:40 to play in the second. Kyle Anderson remains in. Nick Nurse sitting right behind him. Bona steals away the pass and couldn't track it down, but nice defense by the Sixers. I'll tell you what, their defensive intensity has been there tonight. We questioned it a lot in the pregame. Here's Bones Highland working against Grimes. Blows right by him to the cup. Man, that was not a good look for Quentin Grimes, I'll tell you that. Kelly Oubre now with the ball. VJ Edgecombe going to take it. Guarded by DiVincenzo. Here's Quentin Grimes. He chucks a deep three. It's short. I don't know about Grimes, man. He's up and down. It's way too up and down. And are you kidding me? Bones Highland was fouled. He just threw the ball up randomly, and it somehow found its way through the hole. So it's going to be an and one opportunity that should have never come about. VJ slapped him on the arm. Highland just chucked it up, and wow, they're going to give it to him. I had a feeling this was going to be more of like a defensive game, but man, it is scrappy. There's Josh Harris, by the way, in the front row, in case anybody cared. There's Josh Harris. Timberwolves lead it by 1 after the free throw. Here's VJ Edgecombe being a little bit too hesitant, in my opinion. Now Randall's going to get right up in his grill. VJ's trying to get some space away. VJ crossover to left hand, steps back. VJ into the lane, chucks it up. What are you doing, VJ? Holy crap, man. That was brutal. Oz Reed can't get it to go. He had it plucked away. Reed wanted a foul, and he's literally, I think, crying tears right now that he wants a foul so bad. Oh, my gosh. It was definitely fouled. He does have a case. It was fouled by Quentin Grimes, 100%. Yeah, these guys are going to have to wake up, man. Here comes Joel Embiid back in the game. Bona will hit the bench. The inbound to Anderson. Anderson finds Highland, sets a screen. Highland a 3, and it's good. All right, man. Sixers offense has to wake up. It's only a matter of time here before, this gets out of hand. Like, we got to wake up here. We got to wake up. Nobody's doing anything offensively. Grimes to Embiid. Embiid to Oubre. T-Wolves on an 8-0 run. Oubre floats it up and gets it. I just want the Sixers to run a play, man. I feel like it's a free-for-all out here. Here's Naz Reid going to find Highland DiVincenzo a triple. Can't get it. Nice board by Paul George. I need to see Joel get active on the interior. VJ kicks out to Oubre. Oubre spots up a 3. Gets it to go. Big time shot by Kelly. Let's go. Sixers up by 1. Minnesota shooting 3 of 16 from 3. The Sixers are 2 of 10. Randall dribbling, driving downhill. He literally barrels Embiid out of the way. Embiid's holding that side now. That is not good. That is not good. I don't like that at all. Paul George drives the lane and he's fouled. Joel Embiid does not look right. Like I said in the pregame show, guys, I said big asterisk if Joel is healthy. First off, Joel, looks like he's still trying to play through an illness, but Julius Randle put his shoulder right into Joel's oblique, right where he's injured, which sucks. And Joel Embiid did say like a week ago, it's not going to get, it's not going to be 100% better. He said every time I sneeze or I cough, I feel my oblique. So you could tell he's in pain right now, 100%. But my thing is if you're going to be out there and play like this, it's not good for the team. Kyle Anderson dribbles into the mid-range. Here's Naz Reid against Joel. Kicks out to Anderson. Anderson going to drive and spin to his left. Just took 3 steps again, no whistle, and he gets the bucket. Here's Paul George now, going to find Kelly Oubre. Oubre comes up top, looking for 3. Now Embiid sets a screen. Oubre from the nail. Can't get it. See, this is the thing where I have problems with Nick Nurse and his offense and his coaching. There's just no rhyme or reason. Remember I said that against the Heat on Monday night. Gobert at the rim, stuffed by Embiid, but the Wolves get it back on the offensive rebound. Anderson with a glitch shot, and he can't knock it down. Joel has it up the floor. Nice find to Grimes. Grimes lays it in on the other side. It's a struggle to generate any offense, but yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to the Sixers offense right now. They came out of the gate tonight. They were giving VJ the rock, and then they went away from that. Paul George was getting into a rhythm. They went away from him. Anderson to the rim, blows right by Oubre for the bucket. Yeah, where the heck's Tyrese Maxey, man? Where is Maxey at? Holy smokes, bro. This game has cardiac written all over it. This is a big-time game tonight, man. Philly for life, $2 super chat says, B does not look right, RB. Not good. Yeah, he doesn't look right now. I agree. All right, chat, we need some energy in here, man. 410 people in the building. Thank you so much for being here. Sixers Game Day live show presented by National University, powered by the Prize Picks app. Let's go ahead and play one of our favorite segments here in the second quarter. It is called Drop the Spot. Ladies and gentlemen, drop the spot in the chat. Let me know where you are tuning in from, watching the show tonight. Big time game here. First of a back-to-back for Philly. Both teams need this win, honestly, but Philly needs it bad, especially with the Raptors and the Hawks playing easy games tonight. Sixers need to keep up their spot here in the Eastern Conference. They're currently sitting in the 6th seed, so drop your spots in the chat. Let me know where you are tuning in from. States, cities, countries, towns, whatever floats your boat. Let me know where you are tuning in from tonight. Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up button, man. Get us to 200. How are we feeling about this game? I don't have the best feeling right now, just because I think that the offense again is just very random. Just very random. It's all over the place. They don't run a system of offense. Maybe that comes with time. Maybe that comes with, building an identity on offense. Or maybe Joel Embiid is just very sick and he's still hurt and he's just trying to play through it. Philly for life, $2 super chat says, we are not running anything, RB. Why go away from Paul George? Speaking my language, man. I agree. We got PA in the house tonight. West Philly in the chat. North Philly in the chat. South Jersey, Walt Whitman crew in the building. Richmond, VA. Cornwall, Ontario. Upper Darby, PA. Virginia. Brazil in the chat. Palisades Park, NJ in the house. Philly in the chat. NC in the chat. Overnight bus from London to Bristol, UK. What's up, man? Thanks for being in here. This game might head to an overtime. It might. It feels like a very cardiac game. Not going to lie. Busy Bee says, smash the like button. Smash it like you never have before. We need 3 more. We're almost there. Let's go. Let's push this stream into the algorithm, into the airwaves. Let's continue to get more fans up in here, man. Keep letting me know where y'all are tapping in from as we have 5:40 to go in the second. Grimes, the pull-up, no good. Grimes, you're disappointing me, man. Grimes had a couple game run there where he was looking all right, and then it's back to inefficient Quentin. Naz Reid pops out a 3, and Sixers, stop leaving guys wide open, bro. Please stop leaving dudes wide open. It's killing me, bro. Here's Tyrese Maxey back in the game. Bounces it to Joel. Joel's going to think for 3. It's short again. Well, Joel Embiid, you need to stop shooting 3s, brother. Need to see Joel take it inside against Rudy. Here is Dosunmu. Dosunmu against Oubre finds Edwards back in the game now. Edwards played 9 minutes early on. Reed got tossed out of bounds. 2 on the shot clock. I don't think he notices. Now he does. Step back 3. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bones Highland with a ridiculous step back 3 at the end of the shot clock. Barely even got it up. You guys remember my philosophy from last game, right? That I've been talking about as Grimes takes it to the rim up and in. Remember what I've been talking about, guys? Sixers have a bad second quarter. They play good in the third quarter. So maybe this is a good sign. But if they have a good second quarter, they have a bad third quarter. Highland misses. Gobert can't put it back on the dunk. Here come the Sixers. Tyrese Maxey up the floor. Maxey blowing by. He was ripped by Dosunmu, and now he's wrapped up with Maxey. Maxey saying, get the heck off me. He's trying to stretch out his back. Definitely don't like that. Maxi's still trying to nurse that back. Got wrapped up by Ayo Dosunmu. Come on, bro. Yo, Dosunmu literally grabbed Maxi and would not let go. He literally would not let go of him. Y'all want to call everything a flagrant and look at everything, but you don't even look at that. Grimes saves the tap out, and he gives it right to Minnesota. Minnesota on the break. Highland, corner 3. Timeout. Call a timeout, nurse. And he sit. Maxi coming around a high screen. Maxi turns and spins, gives to Joel. Joel goes up, and he's fouled. Just so annoying, man. It really is, bro. So the free throws were good for Joel. 7-point game. Here's Rudy Gobert. Drives and spins against Joel. Takes him all the way. Misses it. Tries to get his own board. Paul George gets smacked in the face. Referees don't even call it. Paul George is down on the floor, and the ref doesn't call a foul. BJ Edgecombe to Joel Embiid. Embiid to Paul George. Paul George dribbles, drives into the lane, pulls it up mid-range. Got it. Attaboy, PG. Julius Randle from the corner, pump fakes, drives in the lane, kicks it out. Here is a wide open jumper. Dosunmu can't get it to go. .226 to play here in the first half. Paul George around a screen. Paul George passes out of a shot. Joel gives back to PG. Paul George for 3. I don't understand why Joel will not go to the rim, bro. Guys, this is frustrating, man. All right, my bad. $2 super chat, Bernard McCoy. Waiting for Embiid will cost us this game, period. The Embiid thing doesn't make any sense to me, man. Like, why is Joel sitting on the perimeter? This is one of those games where it's like early in Joel's career where you're like, dude, get in the paint. I know Gobert is a pretty good defender inside, but at least take those mid-range shots. Joel's just sitting on the perimeter. I don't understand it. And the coach needs to run a play. It's like, bro, man. Come on. Philly for life. $2 super chat says, now keep going, PG. Demand the ball. At this point, he might as well. At this point, he might as well, man. Honestly, bro. It's ridiculous, bro.
Let's go.
That's just my own personal takeaway, though. What I think is going on, if you asked me my honest opinion in this game right now, by the way, it's been a very fast game, bro. I mean, it's only been like 40 minutes, and we're about to be at halftime. I think Joel is sick. I think he's still dealing with that illness, and I think he is somewhat hurt with the oblique. But, you know, I always say this, right? It's like a dilemma. You know, do you want to play your star player? They obviously want to play, but they're not at 100%. Therefore, they are hurting the team in different areas. But then if they don't play, then you get all these weirdos on the internet that are like, yeah, he just doesn't play. He doesn't care, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where we're at. But I think this could be worked around with better coaching, in my opinion. I feel like the Sixers are just throwing a bunch of randomness at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I just don't like it right now. Here's Edwards, the pull-up. And Timberwolves haven't even played that well offensively, but they're targeting Joel on that on the switch, on the drop coverage. Nurse needs to dive into some of the younger guys here, too. Like, we got to play Justin Edwards and a few others. Here's Joel Embiid. Embiid against Gobert, puts up the mid-range, can't knock it down. Joel is 1 of 10 from the field. Joel is 1 of 10. Here's Dominic Barlow back in the game. Barlow, nice defense. We missed Barlow from that first quarter. He had 2 fouls, though. That's why Nurse took him out. Here's VJ Edgecombe. Edgecombe at the top, guarded by Edwards, comes around a screen. One bounce to Paul George. Paul George to Joel. Joel taps Maxey in the corner, a 3. It's short. Nurse, run a play, bro. Run a freaking play. Joel, nice block at the rim on DeSunmo. Paul George fighting for the ball and somehow can't come up with it. Paul George just dove on the floor at nothing, and VJ fouls Julius Randle. What the heck was that, Paul George? Paul George literally dove on the basketball. He was the only guy on the floor. It rolled all around his body, couldn't pick it up. Then he got up and then dove at thin air, and the Wolves got it back. I don't know what that was. $5 super chat, Philly for life. Thank you so much, man. He says, Nurse refuses to call timeout. Rylan, 14 in those, 1 of 4. Come on, Nurse. You got to wake up, bro. Getting frustrating. RB, get in the paint or play a dem bona. Does he have... Wow, Highland does have 14. I didn't even notice that, man. I didn't even notice Highland had 14. I was looking at their stats here, and I'm like, dude. And Rudy Gobert has 11 rebounds, guys. Rudy Gobert has 11 boards. That is unacceptable. I mean, Embiid he has 7, but like, Gobert's the only one hanging out inside the paint. Wolves missed the second free throw. Joel picks up the board. Here's Paul George, had it poked away, and then it's going the other way. Paul George wants Nurse to challenge it. Will he challenge it? Paul George is yelling at Nurse to challenge it. He doesn't challenge it. Yo, that's crazy. Guys, I got to talk about this, man. I know I'm calling the game in real time. We got to talk about this, man. Holy crap. Oh my gosh, bro. I don't know what was worse. Gobert smacking the ball out or Nurse ignoring Paul George. Guys, there's something going on weird here, man. There's something really weird going on. Edwards at 2, can't get it. Gobert, the offensive rebound, poked away by Paul George. Paul George up the floor. PG spins against Randle, drives the lane, goes up against Randle, and he's fouled. Dude, Paul George was yelling down the floor for Nick Nurse to not throw the challenge flag, but call the challenge. And Nurse didn't even get up out of his chair. Yo, that's wild, man. Philly for Life $2 Super Chat says, what I said was Highland has 14 in just this quarter. I didn't even notice that either, man. Wow. Now what? Paul George just got a technical? Oh my gosh, man. This is crazy, bro. But yeah, Philly, that's wild, man. 14 in the second quarter for an average bench player that averages 8 points per game. That's crazy, man. That's wild, bro. So now Paul George is at the line with 13 seconds to go here in the first half. I'm very befuddled by that last sequence where Nick Nurse essentially ignored Paul George's request to challenge the play on a blatant miscall by the referees. What do you guys think is going on, man? George going to knock down a pair, 47-41. 13 seconds to go. Here's Ayo Dosunmu, guarded by Paul George, comes around a screen, drives downhill, goes all the way, blocked by Maxey, out of bounds, Sixers ball. Nice defense by Maxey. Are we going to put some respect on Tyrese Maxey defensively now? Is everybody ready to put some respect on Tyrese Maxey's defense? Because RB's been saying it all season, but apparently I didn't know what I was talking about. Maxey, a half-court heave, no good at the buzzer. We have a lot to talk about at this halftime segment. 460 people in the chat, 229 on the like button. Thank you for being here, man. Get us up to 300 likes. Get us up to that 300. Shout to the neighbors. Yes, sir. Shout out to the neighbors. Shout out to y'all. Thank you for supporting the channel, man. We have a lot to get into. As we always do, though, at the start of halftime here, I will ask you all in the chat. Give me one word. One word to describe this game so far. Give me one word to describe this game so far. If you could sum up this game in one word, what would it be? I have a couple main things I want to talk about here at the halftime show. First off, Ematic, $2 Super Chat says, this needs to be Nick Nurse's last year. Ematic, not happy with Nick Nurse. Philly for Life, $2 Super Chat. Think Nurse is lost or asleep per usual, RB. That isn't even the word, man. That isn't even the word, man. Guys, that was a bizarre first half, if I'm being honest. My word is not bizarre, though. My word is unknown. The reason my word is unknown is because I don't know what I just watched. There was no identity. There was no game plan. The defensive intensity was there. They were playing defense, but this time they didn't play any offense. Now I'm going to hope that, per usual, when the Sixers have a crappy second quarter, they come back and have a good third quarter. However, to put up 19 points in the first and 22 in the second, that is abysmal. If things do not change at halftime, the Sixers will not be winning this basketball game. I'm going to read out a couple words on the other side. My word is unknown, and I got about 2 or 3 main takes for this game. Yes, sir. I got about 2 or 3 main takes for this game. $10 Super Chat from Riaz. RB, I'm not that guy that goes to the referees as an excuse. Maxey's arm was being pulled as a jump ball. The ball was off of the Wolves, hence a PG technical. can you imagine a Knicks series? Sixers would play 5-on-8. I think you're making a couple different points, Riaz. Thank you for the super chat, man. Point number one. Paul George got the technical because he was mad at himself for not finishing the and one. So he threw the ball at the basket post, which is ridiculous that got called a technical. He was just showing a little bit of frustration, but nonetheless, technical foul. What was even more asinine, which we'll talk about here in a couple minutes, is Paul George on the previous possession calling down the floor for Nick Nurse to challenge the play, and the camera pans to Nick Nurse, and he wasn't even off the bench. Paul George literally for a minute, it's like, yo, review. It was blatantly out on Rudy Gobert. So yes, the referees have been blinded again. It's something that we're going to have to deal with every game. I mean, in the first quarter, Kyle Anderson took about 8 steps on a dribble to the rim, dribble drive to the rim, didn't even call it, happened like 3 times. The referees are what they are, but how can the coach not listen to his player and challenge a play? That's my takeaway on it, but I agree, the referees are bad. The referees are bad. But there are some positives, and there is a silver lining to this first half, which I will tell you about on the other side. But before I do that, got to give a shout out to our great partners of the show over at National University. Ladies and gentlemen, check out NU. They are an accredited nonprofit university giving you the support to balance your life. National University's programs are 4, 8, or 12 weeks. They are online courses designed to make pursuing your education achievable. For people juggling multiple responsibilities, other life matters. They offer the most comprehensive degree and program options in the U.S. for working and non-traditional students. They are a veteran-founded university that awarded nearly $55 million in scholarships and tuition reductions last year. And they have 150 degree programs, credentials, and certificates to choose from, including education, business, marketing, healthcare, psychology, engineering, tech, criminal justice, public service, and more. The vast majority of their student base are working students with an average undergrad age of 33 and graduate age of 39. They empower learners to balance work, family, school, and life. So if you are interested in going back to school, but you want to have that flexibility, check out their online flexible curriculums and program offerings. Click the link down in the live chat or description today and get more information. Shout out to National University, a proud partner of Philly Take with RB for the last 2 years. Now, speaking of taking people back to school, let's talk about the Sixers. Let's take them to the classroom, okay? Because lesson number 1 of how to navigate a 76ers game, get Joel Embiid in the paint. Don't let Joel Embiid camp out on the perimeter for the entire game. I thought Joel Embiid, obviously being 1 of 10, was awful, but his body language, and again, it's hard for me to try to break this down because is Joel Embiid sick still? Is he trying to play through an illness? Is he injured? You know, we saw him grab his side there when Julius Randle put his shoulder into Joel. So I don't want to sit here and say Joel's not trying and he doesn't have, any care in the world. I think he does care. I think Joel is very brittle. I think it's like, I don't know. You've played sports before, you've done something right. Like maybe you're running, you got to tape up your ankle or you got to do whatever, you got to make sure things are absolutely perfect. It's like a row of dominoes, right? You got to place them all perfectly. If one thing is off, the entire thing could be out of whack. That's how I look at Joel Embiid right now. Joel can come into the game fine, but tomorrow he might wake up after eating a meal and he's sick for the next 5 days. Or Julius Randle puts his shoulder into him and maybe he misses the next 2 games now with a restrained oblique. I don't know. Listen, just hard, man. It's really hard. So I don't want to say Joel's not trying or he doesn't care. But my thing has always been, and I think we saw this at the beginning of the season, if you're not healthy, don't play. I know people are going to say, oh, well, he doesn't care. He doesn't want to be a part of this. It's just a tough thing to navigate, The The Sixers are hoping and praying that in the playoffs, he can play a full series at full health. That is the goal. Tonight, when you play the way that you are, you're hurting the team. So that's number one. Now, before I give you the other points, let me read out a couple words in the chat. I see intense, bricking everything expected. What else? What else? Fire nurse flaws, anticlimactic, buffoonery, Embiidless, says Cisco, incompetent, lethargic, lollygagging, dismal. Good words in the chat, man. Nurseless. Nurseless. Good words, man. Conundrum. Dysfunctional. Great words. Great words in the chat, man. Great words in the chat. Ematic says, I'm just here for the yes sirs and the random sparks of Maxey and VJ. Other than that, the word is bamboozled. Justin Edwards should play Terry Johnson, Jabari Walker. Yeah, what's going on, man? Sixers have really tightened the rotation. That's my other point. What is Nick Nurse doing tonight, man? What is Nick Nurse doing tonight? Obviously, Joel Embiid and Paul George probably are not going to play tomorrow night against Detroit because it's a back-to-back. So the Sixers need to win this game. The last thing I'll say here is Nick Nurse and just the whole identity. I mean, we've seen this a lot this year. Come out of the gate, VJ Edgecomb's handling the ball for the first couple minutes, then you go away from him. Paul George gets into a bit of a heater. He's got 15 points. You go away from him. I thought Maxey came out of the gate with great energy. Then you sit him for like 8 minutes. You go away from him. What is the plan? You got to have more of a coaching plan. And again, it just was all, to me, like the epitome. It was all summed up when Nick Nurse was sitting on the bench and Paul George was asking him to review the play, and he just ignored him. So it just feels like some very weird energy. Like, have the players checked out on Nick Nurse? I don't know. I don't want to go that far right now. What also really hurts is the Sixers, in addition to not running any offense, cannot hit a shot. Neither can Minnesota. That's why the Sixers are still in this game. And they're also beating Minnesota in the rebounds. Everything's pretty close, but 2 of 13 from 3 is really bad for Philly. They're 15 of 40 from the field, 38%, 15 from 3. Minnesota's 34 from the field, 29 from 3. Just one of those weird games right now. We'll see who can step up. Maybe the Sixers can have a big third quarter. They need to. If not, say bye-bye to this game. But they really need this, especially with the Hawks and the Raptors playing easy games tonight. Sixers going to need to make it happen. And Anthony Edwards hasn't even gotten going at all. Gobert's 0 of 5 from the field. Nothing offensively. He's got 11 boards, though. Sixers have, 9 blocks in this game? 9-1, I think? So, I mean, come on, man. 9-3. Reed has 2. And you let Bones Highland cook you for 14. If I'm Nick Nurse, I play Justin Edwards in the second half. Quentin Grimes should not touch the floor again. That's my personal opinion. Maybe Cameron Payne. But we'll see. We will see, man. Sixers got to wake up. Can they do it? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. 390 people in here. Get us to 300 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Sixers Game Day Live, presented by National University, powered by the Prize Picks app. Can the Sixers turn this around? And can they win this game? They really need it. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Second half coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the Sixers Game Day Live Show presented by National University, powered by the Prize Picks app. Sixers down by 6 as we begin quarter number 3. See if they can pull out the first of a back-to-back. Joel pull up, jumper, bang. Good way to start. We need that. Maybe Joel was told at halftime, yo, you better come out and be ready to go, because right now you just, in that first half, 1 of 10, it was like, dang. Here's Julius Randle going to turn around, spin, float it up, got it to go, and got the foul against Paul George. How did he do that? Bit of a circus shot by Julius Randle. So he will go to the line for one more. Let's take a look at some of these other scores going on right now. Atlanta leads the Nets by 13. The Knicks are beating the Bulls 60-25. Yo, the Bulls are actually terrible. Where's our guy Big Rudd in the chat? Don't let him know. Don't let him know what's going on, man. Raptors leading Memphis early. Celtics are beating the Bucks early by a lot. That's where we are. Hornets leading the Pacers as well. So every other team is winning right now that the Sixers need to lose. Here are the 76ers after the free throw and the three-point play from Randle. BJ drives the lane. He was blocked. Timberwolves pick it up. DiVincenzo. Here's Randle. Randle to DiVincenzo, a corner 3-ball. It's good. Wolves lead it by 10. Let's go, man. Come on now. Maxey spins, puts up a deep 3, and is going to answer right away. Right away. Busy Bee says, we got to win this game. DiVincenzo, another triple. This time it's a tad short. So the Wolves are 7 of 22 from deep. Sixers nowhere near better, 3 of 14. Paul George drives the lane. He's fouled. Let me know if you guys agree with this, man. Like, my issue is that I'm not seeing any type of offense. Are you guys seeing any offense? Am I missing it? Because, again, big part of this show is the engagement, the interaction. We like to get the fans' opinions involved. Like, that's a huge part of this show, and I hope you guys enjoy and appreciate that. Am I not seeing this straight, man? Because I'm watching the Sixers not run any type of offense. I just saw Maxey shoot a 3-ball 2 seconds into the shot clock. I saw Paul George try to drive himself. Like, what's going on here, man? I feel like I haven't seen any offense tonight. What do you guys think? My Bulls are doing what I need them to do. Big Rudd is in cope phase. It's what we call copium, bro. Paul George going to knock down at the line. I like that Paul George is actually getting to the line, though. He's 8 of 10 tonight. Love the physicality. I feel like Paul George is the only one really locked in right now. Randle's going to step back over PG, knocks it down. Big shot for Randle. That's just hard to defend right there. Edgecombe guarded by DeSunmo now. And Paul George going to get fouled off the ball, this time by Anthony Edwards. I like Paul George's mentality right now, man. I got to be honest. He's like the only guy I'm really impressed with tonight. He looks like very focused. Paul George pull up Jay, and just as I say it, he airballs it. But what's really getting on my nerves, man, is Joel Embiid. I don't think I've seen Joel get inside the paint once since the beginning of the first quarter. Julius Randle going to drive, goes up, and misses it off the backboard. Here's Maxey dribbling, driving downhill, lays it up and in. Nice job by Maxey. Here's DeSunmo driving downhill, wide open lane, gets it on the other side. Come on, man. Can't just trade buckets here. Paul George crossover drive, kicks it out to nobody, and it's a turnover. So a 7-point game heading the other way. Timberwolves lead it. Still within reach. Hopefully RB's right about the second, third quarter theory. So far, it's not looking that hot, but still got a good 8 minutes here, so we'll see. Here's a 3 from Edwards. That one is off the mark. Sixers pick it up. One thing I will say is the Sixers do have players that can get it going late in games. Maxey, VJ, they can go on runs. Here is VJ for 3. Can't get that to drop. Embiid picks up the board. Tries to get the foul, and he does. Embiid just, he right away went up in shooting motion, and he gets the foul. Mr. Scum says, where is the defense? RB's logic, Carr won't start, blame Nick Nurse. Check was short, blame Nick Nurse. I'm going to be honest with you, bro. You gotta get your hearing checked, man. You got to get your hearing checked. Or your comprehension skills, one of the two. Because if you think that I've been sitting here blaming Nick Nurse the entire game, you might have hearing loss. I'm not going to lie. Or you just have no comprehension skills whatsoever. Joel Embiid going to knock down at the line. He is now 4 of 4 from the stripe. Julius Randle finds a backdoor cut. Edwards tried to throw it down and threw it over the basket. Sixers pick it up. Maxey, crossover, drive to the rim, kicks out to Barlow. Barlow, corner 3. It's short. Anthony Edwards, guarded by VJ Edgecombe, turns and spins, fades away baseline. Gobert, the rebound, goes up, blocked. Nice play by Barlow again. Barlow off the Embiid dish on the other end, taps it in, 3-point game. Let's go, man. 10th block of the game for the Sixers, by the way. Only in the third quarter. Randle turns, kicks, pump fake. The Sudmo floats it up, and he missed it. 3-point game. Timberwolves lead it. Paul George a chance to tie. Here's PG to Maxey. Now Embiid going to set a screen. Maxey around it. Thinks 3, finds Embiid. Trying to get some separation. Embiid pulls it up mid-range. There it is. There it is. Once again, all game I've been saying, get Joel in that mid-range area. Make Gobert come out of the paint. Knock down the J. Paul George leads all scorers with 17. Here's Randle down the lane, throws it into traffic, stolen by the Sixers. Maxey has it up the floor. VJ throws it down, 2 hands. And the Sixers are on a run, and they take the lead. Let's go. Great defense. Great defense right there. Are we ready to put some respect on Tyrese Maxey? By the way, 3 blocks for Embiid, 3 for Barlow, 2 for Maxey, and 2 for Grimes. Pretty wild if you think about it. Like I said, all you got to do, man, is get it to Joel in that mid-range area. And once again, what did I say about the third quarters, guys? Second quarter bad, third quarter good. Second quarter bad, third quarter good. That's how it's been lately. Defense is playing well. Defense is looking pretty well. By the way, this is Maxey's 65th game of the season, so Tyrese Maxey will be eligible for awards. Let's go, chat. I want to hear y'all, man. 410 people in here. Get us to 300 likes. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We do this every single game, man. Pre-game, live game, and post-game coverage. Check some of the third quarter stats so far. Sixers are making it happen on the defensive end. I like the way they're playing. Edwards has not gotten going at all. Sixers are on a 15-4 run thanks to their splendid defense. 10 blocks in this game. 28 to 22 points in the paint right now. Dude, that was a nice play by Maxey. Maxey has really improved as a defender on the ball this year. Maxey has really improved as a defender, man. So we are at 6:40 left in the third. DeSunmo to DiVincenzo after the timeout. Can't get it to go. Gobert taps it away. I told you on the pregame show, man. Rudy Gobert doesn't move me at all. He's got 15 boards, which is great. He's got no blocks, no field goal attempt, no field goals, 0 of 6, no free throws. Yeah, he's just a liability. Maxey off the dribble. Got it again. Let's go, Max. Let's go, Tyrese. Let's go, man. There's Anthony Edwards going to step back, finds Naz Reid. Naz Reid dribbles in. Poked away. It's out of bounds. This time, Paul George is telling Nick Nurse to review it. Will he? Will he? Paul George is adamant. Paul George is adamant telling Nick Nurse to review this. And it looks like he's going to get ignored again. Never mind. Now Nurse gets up and he says, I will challenge it. Yo, Nurse is funny, man. Like, what are you doing? I don't know. I find that weird, man. I find that weird. Like, the first time he ignored him. The second time, it took him like 10 seconds to get up. It's definitely off of Naz Reid. Definitely off of Naz Reid. Let's go, guys. We need 5 more likes. Get us to 300 so we can wake up the neighbors. Thank y'all for being here, man. Feels like it's coming down to a cardiac finish. I can already feel it. I can already feel it. Low-key, Nick Nurse cooked with a zone defense. Nick doesn't want to be here. He didn't ignore it. Minnesota inbounded the ball quick. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Paul George was signaling to Nurse for like a good 20 seconds to review it. Eric says, let's go Tyrese. Yo, Reese can really just heat up, man. Such a good player. Such a good player. All right, we got 300 likes in the chat. Drop the yes, sir. Wake him up.
He's on fire.
Sir. Go, chat. Wake him up, man. Let's go, man. Let's get fired up, man. This is a big game. This is a big-time game for standings purposes. Knowing that the Sixers may not win tomorrow if their guys don't play. I mean, maybe they will. But the Pistons are feisty. They actually just beat Minnesota a couple nights ago without Cade Cunningham. They beat them twice in the last couple games. Sixers need this win badly tonight. Edwards is 3 of 12. DiVincenzo is 2 of 8. Gobert is 0 of 6. 15 boards. Let's go, man. Cisco says, wake up the neighbors. Let's do it, man. We try to bring the passion and the analysis. Kind of like a half and half, you know? All right, no foul call, and it is out on Naz Reid. It is a successful challenge. Let's go. Thank you, man. Thank you for challenging. Maxey accelerates to the rim, goes up, lays it up, and can't get it to drop. So it won't matter anyway. Kyle Anderson is back in the game. Here's Naz Reid downhill, goes up, and lays it through. Paul George on the other end almost lost the handle going baseline. Embiid almost got in his way. Paul George had it poked away. It's going to stay with Philly. So the 5 for Philly is the starting 5. Maxey, Edgecombe, George, Barlow, Embiid. And for Minnesota, it is Bones Highland, who had 14 in the second quarter. Ayo Dosunmu, Kyle Anderson, Naz Reid, and Rudy Gobert. Now I think we got a challenge by Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. Guys, please don't spam it in the chat. No spoiling in the chat. Wait till I call it to comment on it. Come on, how are we feeling, man? How are we feeling? We got a ton of people in here. It's a nice Friday night. Hope everybody's had a good week. Can the Sixers get this W? Can the 76ers get this W? What do you guys think, man? What do you guys think? Nurse is mad he couldn't take that timeout home with him, says Busy B. I can't believe they traded 5 firsts for Gobert. Probably one of the worst trades ever. I mean, to be honest, I feel like the Paul George trade for SGA and all that is the worst. But I think Gobert is second. I think it's definitely second because, yeah, Rudy Gobert is just not that good, guys. I mean, I said it in the pregame show today. I always say it. Gobert's just not that guy. I'm sorry. Sorry. He's just not. He's not. He's not. Those are just my thoughts, though. Mr. Scum says if Nick Nurse focuses and calls smarts plays, we can. So they're still reviewing this, man. I guess they're looking if Paul George stepped out, maybe? He might have stepped out with that left, that mid part of his foot. So it is going to be overturned. I actually didn't know. I thought they gave the ball to the Wolves originally. But apparently, they had given it to the Sixers, but now it's overturned anyway. $5 super chat from Alan. Alan, thank you, my man. Appreciate that. All right, I have a question for everybody in the chat in terms of Sixers fans, I guess. How confident are you in the Sixers going into the play-in or the playoffs? In that they can win, a playoff series at least. So what's your confidence level? Scale 1 to 10. 10 being the most confident, 1 being the least confident. And let me know why. Here's Kyle Anderson, floats it up. That one is short. Here's Edgecombe on the other end. Had it poked away on the tail end of it. Both of these teams starting to look like they did in the first quarter. Pretty sloppy, honestly. Naz Reid going to find Dosunmu. Here's DeSunmo off a screen for 3 and drills it. The Timberwolves retake the lead 62-60. See, the tough part is that Minnesota is doing this right now with their backups in. Sixers are doing it with their starters in. Maxey with the two-man game finds Embiid. Embiid goes up, and he draws the foul on Gobert. Yo, Joel is just so, like, Joel is at the point where he could just bait anybody into a foul, man. Everybody just jumps anytime Joel is about to throw up the ball, so. See, 8, 7, 5, 6, generous 6, 4, 7. Health consistency. Depth is questionable. Inconsistency. I like that. I like that. Skill-wise, they'll fight the Knicks or Cavs to the end of the first round. Okay. I like it. Mr. Scum says, mine is a hard 4.5. Can never trust Joel's health. So now Paul George is going to go to the bench. Second free throw from Joel Embiid is no good. It is 1 of 2 at the line. So it is a 1-point game still. Minnesota remains in the lead. Here's Highland around a screen for 3 and drills it again. Somebody has to guard Bones Highland. Somebody has to guard this guy, man. He has shown tonight that he is more than capable, of cooking the Sixers. Max, you just took a hard hit now. Looks like he got hit in the face, maybe? In the lip? Dang, man, this is the second time that DeSunmo got Maxey. The first time he wrapped him up and spun him around, hurt his back. This time he smacks him in the face. Anybody else, they would be at the review table talking about a potential flagrant. Just saying. All right, can we get some fires going in the chat? Members, let's see those emojis, man. Shout out to the channel members. Let's keep growing the Fire Take Nation, man. Drop those channel member emojis in the chat. If you want to become a member before the playoffs, gear up, man. Always get your comments read out and everything else. Maxey went 2 of 2 at the line. 2-point game. Here's a step back from DeSunmo, and he drills it. Sixers just cannot stay on these guys, man. So it is now a 5-point gap. Maxey downhill, accelerates past Gobert. He smacked it, but it was a goaltend. So a nice take by Maxey. It's back to a 3-point game. 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter. 5 games left after tonight. And then we will be at the play-in. Then we'll be at the playoffs. DeSunmo from the baseline. Left it short. Joel picks it up. He's taking it down the floor. Got to watch his back. Here comes DeSunmo trailing. Now Joel Embiid. Posting up against Anderson. Takes it all the way. Right up and in. Fouled and one. Thank you!
Yes, sir.
Yo, where's that been all night, Joe? Where's that been all night? I've literally been saying it all game. And you got weirdos in the chat like, oh, bro, you're not talking about any players. Been talking about Joel all night. I've been asking him to do what he just did the entire night. He finally does it, and he gets an and one. And now the game is tied. That's all you got to do, Joel. They can't guard you. They can't guard you. Here's a step back 3 from Bones Highland. Can't get it to go. Sixers grab the board. Grimes is back in the game now. Oubre back in as well. DJ and Paul George on the bench. Now Joel's going to take it from the top again. Finds Maxey. Now they get to Joel. Bad pass. Almost stolen, but it's out of bounds. Joe, why are you posting up on top of the perimeter, man? Get in the paint. Get in the paint, bro. DiVincenzo coming back in for Minnesota. Here's Maxey at the top, guarded by DiVincenzo. Drives downhill, goes up in traffic. Oh, he just missed it. It rimmed out. Here come the Wolves. Anderson to Reed. Reed down the lane behind the back. Anderson, one bouncer, Randall, and everybody watched him. Everybody watched him. Here's Tyrese Maxey. Embiid pops a three and finally hits one. First three ball of the night for Joel. He's 1 of 5 from deep, 5 of 14 from the field. Naz Reid to Julius Randle. It is a 1-point ball game. A couple minutes to go left here in the third. Randle the crossover, the ISO. Bounces it out to Reed. Joel closes out. Nice defense. Reed's got to settle for a step back. And he can't get it to fall. Nice defense by Joel. Here come the 76ers. Maxey down the lane and fouled again. See what I mean, man? Being aggressive. Attacking downhill. Attacking downhill. That's what the Sixers need. That's what the Sixers need. 515 people in the chat, man. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let's go, man. First one good at the line for Tyrese Maxey. Joel's got 13 points in the third quarter, playing a much more efficient second half thus far. Sixers have had a pretty good third quarter. And now Andre Drummond's in the game. So Nurse is going with Andre Drummond. Actually, Joel Embiid is still in the game. What? Wow, what an interesting time to break this out. We've been asking for it all season. Drummond just got smacked in the face by Kyle Anderson. He goes right down to the hardwood. Let's see if they'll finally look at this one. This is the third time the Sixers have been hit in the face tonight. This is the third time the Sixers have been hit in the face, and they're not even looking at it. So Drummond is at the line. I mean, just a very interesting choice by Nick Nurse. I mean, honestly, this is what I said from the jump. Like, I said I would go with more size tonight, but I didn't think we were going to see Embiid and Drummond in together. I think that's pretty interesting. Drummond did hit the free throws, by the way. Shout out to Andre. Randall to the rim, and now he's fouled by Joel Embiid. So the first half was very, very rapid. This third quarter has been filled with 100 fouls. They didn't even look at Drummond getting hit in the face. Busy B says, I'd much rather have an Embiid and Bona lineup. Karen says, let's go. That's insane. These refs need to make calls to protect players. Randall hits the first. William Irvine in the chat. What's up, man? Alan, what's good? Guys, we got 550 people in here. Get us to 400 likes. We are 55 away. Thank you for being here, man. Really appreciate the community. We do it every single game. Try to give you the best coverage we can. Try to make it feel like a community. So show us some love, man. Second one good for Randall. Actually, I think he missed it. Quentin Grimes finds Tyrese Maxey. Maxey, Euro step to the rim, goes up, and another foul now. Naz Reid comes up hobbled. Reid's going to go down, and looks like he's grabbing at his ankle. And the 76ers, once again, will be back at the free throw line. So I like the fact that the Sixers are being aggressive here. Sixers have been relentless here in this third quarter. 14 free throw attempts here in the third. First one good for Tyrese Maxey. And the second one is good. Big third quarter. Sixers have scored 38 points in this quarter, 38-24. Dante DiVincenzo finds Julius Randle. Randle for three. That one is short. Sixers pick it up. 1:08 to go here in the third. Maxey driving downhill. Switches to the left hand. What a finish as Maxey goes soaring into the cameraman. T-Wolves run it down the floor real quick. A three ball is short by Reed. The Wolves have gone ice cold. Here's Quentin Grimes on the other side. Lays it in on the break. And the Sixers are cooking.
He's on fire!
Woo! Let's go, man. Turn it up. Chat, turn me up. Give me some energy, baby. Drop the fires. We're on fire right now, man. 13-1 run for Philly. Here's DiVincenzo. Kicks it out to Terrence Shannon Jr. in for the first time. He can't knock down. Maxey the board. Up to Embiid. Grimes all the way. Reverse lay. Got it at the rim. Turn me up. One more shot here in the third. 12 seconds on the game clock. Sixers on a 15-1 run. Shannon. Here's Highland. 4, 3, 2. Highland chucks a three ball. Way off. And that will end the third quarter. The Sixers end the third on a 15-1 run. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, let's go, man. What did I tell y'all? What did I tell you? Every time the Sixers don't play well now in the second quarter, they have a great third quarter. They outscore them 42-24. Let's freaking go, man. Drop some fires in the chat. This is a must-win game. Big time answer by Joel, Tyrese, and the rest of the squad in the third quarter. Big time response. Joel's up to 17 and 13 on the night. I like that. I like that. D Futures, welcome back to the Fire Take Nation. Let's go, man. Got to hold strong here. The Wolves have gone ice cold. Kind of summarizes their season. They've been up and down. Hot and cold. Sixers are still shooting pretty bad from three-point range. They're at 22%, but the Wolves are 34 from the field. So this game is going to come down to a few good solid minutes here. Sixers are out rebounding them by 12. They completely dominated them in the third quarter, 42-24. Let's see what the rebound total was in the third quarter, because my gosh, man. Wow. 17-6 in that third quarter. The Sixers out-rebounded them 17-6. Maxey and Embiid had 30 points combined in the third quarter. Wow. Maxey and Embiid, 30 combined in the third. Shout out to all the members in the chat. Shout out to everybody rocking with us. We're almost at 400 likes. Get us there, man. 600 in the building. Let's go. 12 minutes to play. Can the 76ers get it done? Great quarter after an abysmal second. Now it's time to close these boys out, man. Shout out to Joel. We tell it when it's good and it's bad. Joel playing bad in the first half. Great third quarter for Joel. Great third quarter for Tyrese Maxey. Let's go. Naz Reid on the wing. He drives in the paint. He turns to his left, spins and kicks. DeSunmo, the pump fake. Now he drives against Oubre. DiVincenzo from deep and hits to begin the fourth. So a 12-point lead goes down to 9. There's VJ Edgecombe on the other end. Now Drummond's going to stay in. Bona will stay on the bench. Grimes goes all the way to the rim. Oh, the fillet with the right hand. Cute. Let's go, man. There's a miss by Minnesota. The putback blocked by Drummond. Grimes tried to take it. It's going to be out of bounds. Staying with Minnesota. Naz Reid was frustrated about something. Let's give a shout out to some of the members in here. D Futures just became a member once again of the Fire Take Nation. Fire Take Goat. Busy B. John Monroe. Cisco in the house. Allen in the house. Marcia in the house. Let's go. Julius Randle guarded by Andre Drummond, switched on to Grimes. Randle driving downhill, just took about 4 steps, no call. Here's DiVincenzo for 3, can't get it that time. Drummond trying to fight for the board, and it's knocked away by Minnesota. Sixers lead by 11. Man, what a finish by Grimes. 10:50 to play here in South Philly. Edwards to DiVincenzo. Randle under the rim, lays it up, and he was fouled by Drummond. One more coming up at the line. Tell you what, Edwards, for not having played in a couple weeks, he looks like Joel Embiid when he doesn't play in weeks. I mean, Edwards just does not look engaged whatsoever tonight. This is not the normal Anthony Edwards that I have come to expect. Free throw is missed. Drummond and Randle got wrapped up. Drummond tried to rip it away from Randle, and then he tried to extend a hand to make sure Randle was good. Looked like they were getting a little bit feisty there, but it was a jump ball. So we're going to have a jump ball between Andre Drummond and Julius Randle. 9-point game, 10:40 to play. It's tapped up and it's knocked over, and DiVincenzo tracks it down. DeSunmo, guarded by VJ, kicks out to Edwards. Edwards guarded by Paul George. Edwards one-on-one. Edwards going to cross over, step back for 3. It's in and out. Reed tracks down the board. Wolves get another chance. Here's Randle up to Reed. Reed guarded by Drummond. Now Edwards. Edwards guarded by Grimes. He crosses over and drives. Edwards has it taken away by Drummond. 3-on-3. George floats it up. Grimes couldn't finish it. PG wanted a foul there. Here's T-Wolves. Reed down the hill. Goes up. Fouled and won. The foul is on Dominic Barlow, I believe. Might be Kelly Oubre. I'm not sure, but I'm sorry. Yeah, it is on Kelly Oubre. So that'll be Oubre's first, and the Wolves have a chance to make it a 6-point game here with a free throw. We got 612 people in the chat, guys. Hit the like button. Get us up to 400. Let's go. Free throw is good. Cardiac game incoming, I guess. Sixers were building momentum, and now feels like the Wolves are making their way back a little bit. It is a 6-point game with 9:50 to play. VJ guarded by Randall now. Kelly thinking, drives, and is fouled by Edwards. That is going to be personal number 3 on Anthony Edwards. Sixers got to get their starters back in. Here's Grimes off the inbounds, finds Oubre under the rim, goes up, lays it in. Kelly Oubre with a nice bucket, puts the Sixers up by 8. DiVincenzo dribbling into the lane, turns, goes up, under the rim, misses it, and Randall couldn't tap it in. Sixers have it. PG up the floor, PG to VJ, wide open lane, throws it down and hangs with the one-handed jammer. Woo! VJ. Here's DiVincenzo now, Randall. Randall going to drive, spin to his left, kicks it out to nobody, stolen by Paul George. Here come the Sixers. VJ up the floor for 3. Couldn't get it. Sixers try to get it back. Oubre's on the ground. I think they just called a foul on the Sixers somehow. How is that a foul on the Sixers? Okay, never mind. They called it a foul on the Wolves. I was about to say, like, what are we doing here? Anyway, Sixers will have the ball. Here's VJ Edgecombe, guarded by DeSunmo. Finds Paul George in the lane, steps back, mid-range, PG, can't get it. Edwards the board, and here comes Minnesota. 8:40 to play. Here in South Philly, big-time game, first game of a back-to-back. Edwards steps back for the triple. It's short again. Make that 3 of 14 on the evening for Anthony Edwards. Very low-scoring game here. A lot of missed opportunities. A lot of sloppy offense tonight. Here's Paul George. Crossover drive against Reed. Goes all the way to the lane. Missed it. And put back by Drummond. The Drum God.
He's on fire.
See, now these are the types of adjustments that I like to see from Nick Nurse. He puts in a Dembona early in the game. He notices, okay, it's not going to work. Then he brings Andre Drummond in. That's a great adjustment by Nick Nurse. He also played Drummond with Embiid to make sure that they could get some rebounding at the end of the third quarter. Great decision. All right, we'll get back to the chat once we hit that 400 so we can wake up the neighbors. 615 people in here. Thank you so much for being a part of this great community. We welcome everybody, no matter who you support, where you're from, or what you do. So welcome into the chat. Before we get into this final stretch run here, got to give one more shout out to our great partners of the show. Shout out to National University. Once again, got to check them out. They are an accredited nonprofit university that makes going to school so much easier and so flexible. Whether you're working a full-time job, you're taking care of people, whatever the case is, pursuing your education is so achievable with their 4, 8, and 12-week online courses. They have the most comprehensive degree program options in the U.S. for working and non-traditional students. And with over 150 degrees to choose from, they have education, business, marketing, healthcare, psychology, social sciences, engineering, tech, criminal justice, law, arts, and much more. As a veteran-founded university, they really like to show some love to the vets. They have a bunch of cool programs. They awarded $55 million in scholarships and tuition reductions last year alone. And they are currently offering some new scholarships. So check them out. Like I said, man, they have a 50-year history of innovative learning and support models. And they also offer free mental health counseling as well to make sure you are supported in your academic journey. So shout out to National University if you are interested in checking out their flexible curriculum and online program offerings. Click the link down in the live chat or the description. Get more info today. Shout out to National University, a proud partner of Philly Take with RB over the last 2 years. Sixers, they went to school at halftime, man. Sixers really went to class. They showed up. No late absences, no excused absences. They started cooking, man. Something happened at halftime. They woke up. Maybe Nick Nurse for once at halftime went to Joel Embiid and said, yo, you got to wake up, brother. You have to wake up. Joel's been playing well in the second half. Maxey as well. Even Grimes has 10 and 4 off the bench. Good adjustments by Nick Nurse. I like it. Also, guys, reminder, make sure you hit our Linktree link in the chat and follow us everywhere. We put out a ton of content on all social medias, some different content on different platforms, so check us out. Naz Reid has it poked away out of the timeout. Sixers have ramped it up defensively. PG, VJ, Oop, and Oubre. Kelly throws it down. 14-point lead for the Sixers. Let's go, man. Here's DeSunmo gonna find Highland back in the game. Paul George got ran over. Another offensive foul. It's on Naz Reid again. He can't stop fouling. That's number 3. Going the other way.
He's on fire.
Woo! Paul George. Yeah. Yeah. Dude. Let's go, boys. Turn up, man. This is what I like. This is that version of the team, you know, during January when we were talking about how dangerous they could look. This is how that team kind of looked. Paul George for 3. Bang! Give it to me, PG!
He's on fire.
Woo! Yo, this PG is scary, man. Gobert to the rim. He's fouled by Grimes. Drummond's hanging on the rim like a dummy. What are you doing, Drummond? Drummond's about to give them a free bucket. I think they're going to count the bucket potentially. Are they? No. Or did they? Did they count that? They better not have counted that. Did they count that? Paul George to the rim again. This time he misses it with the left hand. Yo, they really called that a freaking bucket, bro. Because of Andre Drummond's dummy. Are you serious, bro? Sixers steal it away again. Then they throw it right back to Minnesota. Edwards all the way. And he misses a layup. Here's Paul George for 3. Oh my gosh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long time. First off, I need y'all to hit the thumbs up, man. We're about to get to 400. It has been a long time since this team has gotten me out of my chair, man. But you know what, Paul George, you deserve it.
He's on fire.
The last several games, you know, I've been analyzing Paul George, and I've been excited. And all season long, people have been saying, RB, you're switching up. You go back and forth. That's because that's what this team does to us. One day, 1 week, they have nobody playing. The next week, they look amazing. But this level of Paul George, as we will talk about in the postgame show, can make this team dangerous. This is the Paul George that Daryl Morey signed in July of 24. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself and say the Sixers are going to win the championship and any of this crazy stuff. But in a wide open Eastern Conference, I've been saying it all year, If full health is there, they can be dangerous. What I didn't expect was Paul George to be playing like this, man. This is like end of the LA Clippers PG. This is playoff P. This is different, bro. This Paul George is different. This is the Paul George I saw in the preseason last year. Credit to Joel Embiid for getting back in this game, too. Credit to Joel, man. This is awesome, man. Drop some PGs in the chat, man. And we got 400 likes. Wake up the damn freaking neighbors. Paul George is back. Yes, sir.
He's on fire.
The first half to the second half 76ers tonight show just how much of a wild card this team is, man. It is crazy. And this is against a good defense, by the way. Timberwolves are a good defense. I know McDaniels isn't playing, but still. Sunmo knocks down a step back three. Here we go. 14-point game, 6 minutes to play. Oubre stays on the floor. I would bring back Maxey and Embiid here. I think this is kind of dangerous from Nick Nurse. But anyway, Kelly Oubre says, shut up, RB, as he hits a three. The Sixers have come alive here in the fourth quarter. And Highland is grabbed by Grimes. Going to be a foul. What did I tell you guys about Rudy Gobert pregame, man? Told you Rudy Gobert can't play offense. He's a liability. Sixers lead it now by 17 points all of a sudden. Here's Julius Randle driving, gets double teamed, almost lost it, kicks to the corner, 3-ball, and Highland knocks it down. Drummond sent him to the hardwood. Luckily, that wasn't a 4-point play, but the Wolves cut it back to 14. Drummond has to be careful. Oubre going to find Andre Drummond. Here's Drummond at the top. He's going to find Paul George. Paul George drives the lane, steps back mid-range, can't get it. Drummond taps it out. Grimes to VJ. VJ to Paul George. Paul George going to drive again with the left hand. Steps back mid-range, can't get it. Oubre was shoved in the back. It's going to be a foul on Julius Randle. Let's freaking go, man. Let's go, fellas. Guys, make sure you stick around for the post-game show tonight. Every single game we do a pre-game, live game, post-game show here on the Game Day Live show. So we do all three back-to-back. 4 hours of coverage. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Timberwolves are 5th in the league in defensive rating. So, like I said, man, this is a very impressive showing from the Sixers offense. Now Embiid and Maxey are back in to try to close it out with 5 to play. Paul George jab step, drives, kicks, almost turns it over. Embiid picks it up, 3 on the shot clock. Embiid has to launch a 3, just a tad short. That would have been a wild circus shot. Gobert going to set a screen. Here is Dosunmu for 3, hits it, and he's fouled. A bad foul by Joel Embiid. Down to an 11-point game with a chance to make it 10. Guys, we've got 615 people in here. Get us the 500 likes so we can piss off the neighbors. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. We'll be doing this all throughout the playoffs for other teams as well. Make sure you tap in. I think we might have a timeout or a challenge coming up. All right, let's go ahead and take a check-in on the rest of the league. Let's see how the Hawks are doing and the Toronto Raptors. So the Atlanta Hawks are up by 11. It's actually a little bit closer than I thought against Brooklyn. Raptors currently lead Memphis by 16. Celtics are crushing the Bucks. And the Knicks are crushing the Bulls. Magic beating the Mavericks. And Charlotte won against the Pacers. Let's go Sixers. Don't lose your focus here. Got to finish it off. So it is a 10-point game with 4.5 to play after the free throw, the 3-point play. Excuse me, the 4-point play. Joel on the other end gets it to go. Wanted to foul, didn't get it. But nonetheless, the Sixers offense has risen. And they are up by 12 now with 4 to play. Gobert going to set the screen. Here is Highland. He accelerates, drives and kicks. Shannon wide open, corner 3 on the back end. No good. Gobert trying to tap it. Saves it to Maxey, though. Sixers have an advantage. 5-on-4 up to Oubre. He's wide open for a trifecta. Can't get it. Oh, that would have been a big one if Kelly could have sunk that. Now the Wolves have a chance to capitalize on the other end. Here is Highland over to Dosunmu in the corner. Blows by Embiid. Nobody moves. Goes up, and Gobert slams it back. Let's go, guys. Can't get lazy here. Can't get lazy. Wolves are in the bonus with 3.5 to play. Been a crazy night here. Cardiac game, to say the least. Maxey to Embiid. Embiid pump fakes. Probably should have put it up. Steps back. Terrible shot for Embiid. The Wolves have a chance to cut it to single digits now. Here is Highland against VJ. Nice defense. It's crazy how Anthony Edwards isn't even in right now. VJ gets whistled for a foul as he tried to chase down Highland. Edwards has been so bad tonight. He's on the bench. So another foul is going to result in 2 free throws for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Let's go, guys. We got to wake up. Got to finish it off. Got to put them to bed. Can't feel comfortable just yet. First one is missed at the line. Keep in mind, the Wolves are playing some of their backups. Let's see if they bring in DiVincenzo or Edwards back in. We'll see. And the second one is good by Highland. So they go 1 of 2 at the line, 104-95. It is a 9-point game. 3 minutes to go here in the fourth. And Randall steals away the pass from Paul George, has an easy dunk, and just like that, it is a 7-point ball game. Are we kidding me right now? Come on, guys. Don't do this. Don't do this, bro. Paul George handling the rock now. I don't know why Maxey doesn't have it, but nonetheless, here's Joel Embiid. They're getting physical. Here's VJ Edgecombe through the legs. He drives, steps over to the rim. Got it to go. Big time bucket by the Rook. Back to a 9-point game. Here is Highland in the corner. He's going to dribble and drive under the rim. Goes up. Actually, it was Dosunmu, and he got the reverse layup. So we're back to 7. Sixers have to get a couple big stops. Kelly Oubre is in the game. I'll be honest, I don't like Oubre being in the game right now. I wish they would go with more size. I wish they would get Barlow back in. Oubre to the rim, lays it, got it in one! Kelly! Yes, sir! Works to perfection every single time, man. Works to perfection every single time. Kelly freaking Oubre, and 1, bro. And 1. Free throw is good. NBA is investigating the Milwaukee Bucks for their handling of player participation policy. Giannis is pissed off. Sixers foul the Wolves on the floor. It's going to be 2 more free throws coming up. Yeah, the Milwaukee Bucks are cooked, guys. First one good at the line for Minnesota. Chat, we got 720 people in here, man. Get us to 700 likes. Let's go. Welcome into the family. 2 of 2 at the line. Can the Sixers finish it off? 1:40 to play here in the 4th. They need one more big bucket to really close this thing out, man. Let's go. Maxey dribbles past, throws it away. It's stolen by Minnesota. Up to Shannon. Randall into the lane and lays it through. A very, very bad mistake by Tyrese Maxey. An uncharacteristic pass into the lane. And it is a 6-point game. Here's Tyrese Maxey going to find Kelly Oubre. Oubre from the corner. Got it! Big time shot! Kelly!
He's on fire!
Sixers steal it away. Paul George has it. 4 on 2, and he's going to hold. Kelly, can he make it 3? He does! He does!
Yeah. He's on
fire! Works every time, man. I said I didn't want Kelly back in the game. Kelly hits 3 freaking 3-pointers, man. Kelly gets the miss off the board, and there we go. 30 seconds to play. Sixers are going to win. Woo! Dude. Kelly Oubre with 21 points off the bench. Dude, these guys have to be listening to the show, bro. They have to be listening to the show. As soon as I said I would put in Barlow over Kelly, he freaking goes crazy. Give me some Kelly love in the chat.
He's on fire.
Kelly! Woo! That is how you seal a win, baby. That is how you seal a win, baby. Oh my gosh, man. Guys, I'm fired up, bro. I'm fired up. That's what we do, man. We bring the pat. Play the song, bro. Shut up, RB. I'll give you the analysis after, man. Play the song!
He's on fire!
They say RB overreacts, man. RB goes with the flow, man. 76ers have this incredibly sick but amazing, but toxic, disastrous, but also lovable, just unbelievable way of roping us back in, bro. The 76ers are like the girl that you don't want to let go, but you know you have to because you know she's not the one, but like she's just good enough to bring you back. And she promises you the world. And you think y'all are going to make it and get married. But then it's like, you just never know. What a win, man. What a win, bro. I freaking love this team, man. Despite whatever y'all may think, man, I want this team to be successful, man. Like, I see the vision. I see the vision, man. I really do, man. I see the vision, man. Play the song one more time, man. Let's go. Let's go.
He's on fire.
Guys, I hope you stick around for the post-game show. This is the Sixers Game Day Live show. If you just come in at the end to listen to the song, man, I'm RB. Cover this team every single game, every day. Pre-game, live game, post-game shows. The post-games are fun. We might even have to take some phone callers tonight. We'll see how it goes. I have some takeaways in this game, man. We got to talk about a couple individuals. A couple individuals must be talked about tonight. The flip of the switch from half number 1 to half number 2 is insane. Yeah, this is one of those games. You know, there's been a lot of games lately where the outcome of the game doesn't really matter that much. You know, like it was another game on the schedule. But a lot of guys deserve credit tonight. This was a game that they had to win. Especially on the first of a back-to-back. This was a game that they had to win. And the way that they locked in the second half was just phenomenal, man. Phenomenal. I guess I have to issue an apology to maybe a player or two. I need to talk about one player who completely switched things up at halftime. And I think Nick Nurse deserves some credit in this game as well. Sixers are doing it to us again. They are doing it to us again. Ladies and gentlemen, please hit the like button if you're here. Stick around for the post-game show. We're going to get everything set up, and it's going to be a fun one tonight. What do you guys think? Should we take a few phone callers? Maybe a few? We'll drop the link in here for the phone lines and the Discord. We'll think about it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But let's drop this in the chat. Shout out to the channel members. Shout out to the moderators. Everybody that makes this possible. Just a fantastic win, bro. Just a phenomenal win, bro. This was a big time win, man. And I'll tell you about all the reasons why, and we'll talk through this game and really what the overall significance of this game is, you know, because at the end of the day, we now have 5 games left in the season. So it's all about the significance moving forward. So anyway, see what we got cooking up, man. Sixers Game Day Live. Don't go anywhere. Post game is coming up next. Dead Stu, welcome back to the nation. Thanks for becoming a channel member again. For a lot of y'all that had your gifted memberships run out, if you want to re-up, hit the join button below. We'll read out your comments on the post game. I'm fired up from that win, man. This brought a lot of juice out of me, man, and I have a lot more to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Post game live coming up next, right here on Philly Take with RB. Be right back. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Guys and girls, people of all ages, welcome in to the 76ers postgame live show right here on Philly Take with RB. First of a back-to-back, maybe the biggest of the season. Happy Friday night. This postgame show is presented by Prize Picks, and if you pick the Sixers to win today, like I did, then you are on the right track. It's funny, I picked the Sixers to win this game 114-106 in the pregame show, and it resulted with a 115-103 win. So we were very close, but the way that this game went down, and ultimately the performances that we saw from specific players, specific individuals, and the way that this team was able to turn it on, honestly, in my opinion, made a statement. And we're going to talk about why. We're going to break all of it down. Excuse me. And we are going to get to everybody in the chat. But that was freaking phenomenal. Don't let anybody tell you that this game was not significant, because it was. It was. And I see a $2 super chat in here from Riaz already. He says, RB, I think it's time for PG and Joel to go back to back. That's the biggest decision, right? I mean, yeah, you want PG and Joel to play tomorrow night against Detroit without Cade. I mean, these are games you really want, that you really need, with now 5 games left to go in the season to get that 5 or 6 seed and stay in the playoff race. But even if they don't play tomorrow, it just goes to show so much of why tonight was the game to win. And the manner in which they did it was just very, very impressive. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got to break this down, man. I promise we're going to get to everything. We'll see if we have time for a few calls. We'll see how it goes, man. Join the Discord, calling on the phones. Do your thing. Get active in the chat. I definitely want to read out some of the comments later on, and we'll get to the player of the game and all that. But I have a couple main takes to get off my chest, man, about this game tonight. This was an unbelievable win. And you go up against a top 10 defense in the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're kind of a wild card team. You know, they're up and down. Anthony Edwards hasn't played a lot. He came back, and I thought the 76ers locked him up. No Jaden McDaniels, but nonetheless, the 76ers came out of the gate and they played defense all game long. We have been talking all year, asking, when will they play consistent defense? When will they close out on shooters? When will they attack the glass? And they did that from start to finish. The problem was that the offense wasn't there. But we know the offense has the potential. If the defense is playing like they did today, they have a shot. But the offense turned the Jets on in the third quarter. You have Paul George, who was insane all night long. I'm starting to believe now, like, this Paul George is the PG that we've been waiting to see. Like, Paul George is back. His dribble pull-up, his defensive presence, his ability to just be so quick and agile and just blow by defenders. He was so physical tonight, got to the rim a lot. He was so impressive. And then you come into the third quarter after a really bad second and you score 42 points. 30 of them in that quarter were from Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. Joel Embiid looked like he was hurt and sick in the first half, and he just turned it on in the third quarter. I mean, he was phenomenal. Tyrese Maxey just kept going downhill. 17 for Maxey in that quarter, 13 for Joel Embiid. And then we get to the fourth quarter, things get a little bit dicey, and it's the unsung hero, Kelly Oubre Jr., who, with the game kind of in reach, the T-Wolves brought it down to 10, brought it down to 9. Kelly Oubre goes down, and he hits 3 big threes in the final minutes of the game to put the icing on the cake, to seal the deal. And, man, I hate to do it, man. The 76ers are just so good at roping us back in just enough. When this team shows the potential that they did in this game on both sides of the ball, and everybody is healthy on the floor. We've said it all year. If healthy, They can be dangerous, but this level of Paul George makes them dangerous and a contender, and them playing together the way that they did in that second half makes them a team that can beat any team in the Eastern Conference. I'm just being honest. Don't come in here saying RB switches up. The team makes a switch up, man. And this game was an epitome of the way that they switch up. The first half, they had nothing on offense, no identity whatsoever. Guys were just sitting on the perimeter. They were playing lazy. And then in the second half, they just turn it on. And this was not the Washington Wizards. This was not the Brooklyn Nets. This was a very good defense in the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I thought the ball movement was great. I thought the physicality was great. There were times where the Sixers were getting slapped upside the head. No reviews, by the way. 3 different times they got hit in the face. No reviews. We'll save that for later. But the Sixers just kept fighting. And you felt it. It almost felt like a playoff game where teams were exchanging buckets. Teams were going on runs. The 76ers go on a 17-4 run in the third quarter. And they go on a 33-11 run in the fourth quarter. And when they needed to turn it on, they did. And that is how dangerous this team can be. They can go from off to on, just like that. This game was the epitome of how this Sixers team is shaping up to be the biggest wild card team, because they can go from one half not having any source of life on offense to being electric, to being cohesive, to being unstoppable on the offensive end. That is the main takeaway of tonight's game. Now, how did it all shape up? How did it play out? Man, I mean, this is a mouthful to break down, man. I mean, they come out of the gate, and Paul George is the only guy actually showing any source of life in the first quarter. I thought Paul George was phenomenal, man. Paul George was incredible in this game. You look at the stat line, he drops 23 points, 6 boards, and 6 assists. He did have 6 turnovers, but he had 3 steals and a block. There were times in this game, and this is one of those games where it's just hard to sink a bucket, you know? At halftime, the Sixers were shooting like 20% from 3. I think the T-Wolves were at like 24%. Nobody could buy a shot. But the 76ers finished this game at 50% from the field, which means they were insane in the second half. They finished at 36% from 3, which means they had a huge third and fourth quarter. Paul George, in my opinion, was the only guy showing any source of offensive identity in the first half. I got to give credit to Barlow as well. Came out of the gate. Once he picked up the couple fouls, Nurse took him out. I don't know what it is, but Nurse doesn't play Barlow late in games. But I thought Barlow's intensity on the offensive glass was money. And really the issue was, and honestly, I give Barlow a lot of credit for kind of picking up the slack for Joel Embiid, is Joel Embiid hung on the perimeter for the entire first half. He was chucking three-pointer after three-pointer. He didn't look sharp. And he was 1 of 10 at halftime. Joel Embiid was not playing a good game whatsoever, and he will tell you that straight up. I don't know if Nick Nurse went in at halftime. And you know what? Before I continue to talk about the breakdown of the game, credit to Nick Nurse, man. I thought Nick Nurse made some very key adjustments tonight. He went to the double big lineup that we haven't seen all season of Embiid and Drummond. He went with Drummond over Bona for more size and more rebounding. And I thought the rotations were perfect in the second half. And he knew exactly how to close this team out. Got to give Nurse credit as well, where credit is due. There was a couple plays in the first half where we're scratching our heads because Paul George literally is telling Nurse, yo, review the play. Review it. Because it's not out on me. This happened twice. The first time, he was doing it for like 15, 20 seconds, and Nurse just ignored him. He just sat on the bench, and I said on the stream, yo, like, what's going on here? Like, the vibes are kind of weird right now. Why are you ignoring Paul George? And then the second time around, Paul George was yelling at him again, and Nick Nurse was ignoring him, and then out of nowhere, he finally jumps up off the bench and calls the timeout and challenges, and they actually won it. So I don't know what the holdup was there, but again, the vibes were just weird in the first half. But I thought Paul George and Dominic Barlow really held it down. And again, back to PG, I just want to make sure I give him his flowers, because I know there's a lot of people across all platforms that are saying, you guys gave up on Paul George. He's been, y'all are sleeping on him. This is who he is. This is not who Paul George has been. This is the best that Paul George has looked in the last year and a half. And when Paul George got suspended, a lot of people said to me, this is a blessing in disguise. Paul George is going to come back near the end of the season healthy. I will admit I was wrong, potentially, because right now, and PG said this when he came back in that press conference a couple weeks ago, he said, listen, man, this is the healthiest I have felt. That time off really helped me get my body right. Now, I didn't know that Paul George was dealing through injury while playing earlier in the season, but apparently he was. And this 25-game rest for Paul George, it has him looking fresh as can be. I'm not even just talking about how his body looks. I'm talking about the way he's playing. This is like Indiana Pacers Paul George almost. Maybe not to that extent, but LA, when he was on that tear, I think it was 2021, 22 in the playoffs. Like, this is how he was playing. Quick dribble pull-ups, crossovers, behind the backs. He's moving well. He's setting up his teammates, and anytime they're leaving him open, he's not clunking those threes, man. He's knocking them down, and his defense is just phenomenal. I also want to give a shout out to VJ Edgecombe. Although he only had 8 points tonight, I thought he was phenomenal against Anthony Edwards. I don't know what the heck happened to Anthony Edwards in this game. I don't know if this is just, obviously it was his first game back and he hasn't played a lot in the last couple weeks, but he was awful. 8 points on 3 of 15, 0 of 7 from beyond. I thought VJ Edgecombe took him out of the game right away. I thought him and PG did a great job against Ant. And also it's time to give Tyrese Maxey his credit on the defensive end. I got called crazy for suggesting that Maxey could be an all-NBA defense player. Tyrese Maxey has significantly improved on the defensive end. Couple crazy plays in this game. He had a couple blocks. He had a couple wild steals. The one he does a spin at half court. He wings it behind his back up the floor, and it results in an easy bucket to VJ. Maxey has really, really improved on the defensive end. But anyway, we go throughout the first half, and the Sixers look dead in the water. They're down by, I forget how many at halftime. They were down by 6. And maybe for once, Nick Nurse went into the locker room and sat down with Joel Embiid and said, yo, Joe, time to wake up, buddy. Or maybe Joel just did that himself. Maybe he went on Twitter and saw everybody yelling, or maybe he tapped into the stream. Who knows? But I've been right about this philosophy with the 76ers the last couple of weeks. I've said, instead of having the bad third quarter, now the Sixers tend to have a bad second quarter, and then they go crazy in the third quarter. They've completely switched up their philosophy. It's like, hey, if we're going to have a crappy quarter, let's make it earlier in the game so we can pick it up. And the 76ers had 19 in the first, 22 in the second, and then they emerge for 42 points in the third. And the Minnesota Timberwolves went ice cold. I thought the Sixers did some interesting things defensively. They went to zone at some points. They were pressing the ball out of the shooter's hands. They were quick to rotate. This was a level of defense that I've been waiting to see. They were attacking the glass. I got to give Joel Embiid his flowers for the third quarter, because he was terrible in the first half, and he came out and dropped 13 in that third. I think he had 6 boards in that third. He finished the game with 13, and he also had 7 dimes. The fact that Joel Embiid was able to turn it on like that was amazing. And yeah, I don't know if someone sat him down at halftime or if he just realized what was going on. But Joel Embiid would not take the ball into the paint. And he didn't really do it a lot, but as I said in the pregame analysis, I thought Joel should have lived in that mid-range area tonight against Rudy Gobert. Because, again, not to go down a rabbit hole here, because I already talked about this on the pregame show, Rudy Gobert is one of the most overrated players in the NBA. It is one of the worst trades ever, probably behind the Thunder Paul George trade. Rudy Gobert tonight went 2 of 8 from the field. He had no blocks, and he had 16 rebounds. They gave up 5 first-round picks to get Rudy Gobert. He's not good. You can give him all the Defensive Player of the Year awards you want. You can put him in the Hall of Fame. He's not a good player. He is a huge, huge, huge liability on the offensive end. And I've been saying it for years now, and a lot of people don't agree with me, which is okay. But every time the Sixers play the Timberwolves, I am reminded that Rudy Gobert is not a good player. And Joel Embiid, once he started to get that 2-man game going with Tyrese Maxey in that third quarter, they just completely picked apart Rudy Gobert. They completely picked apart Rudy Gobert. So anyway, Joel was awesome. He also had 3 blocks, so he had a couple nice plays on the defensive end. The Sixers had 10 blocks with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. It was a block festival. They finished the game with 12. The 76ers had 12 blocks and 6 steals in this game, and it was allocated through everybody. They were playing defense. I've been waiting to see this, man. But anyway, Tyrese Maxey goes on an absolute run, and the Sixers, at the end of the third quarter, were up by 12 points. And it's funny, the fourth quarter ended up being 32-32, which is wild. But the Timberwolves start launching back, and you had a bad Joel Embiid foul in the fourth on a Bones Highland 3. Shout out to Bones Highland, by the way. He dropped 21 off the bench tonight. But Joel fouled him on a bad 4-point play, so he ended up getting that 3. And let me pull up the play-by-play here so I don't miss anything. But the Timberwolves were fighting back in this game. Like, you thought, okay, it's pretty much done. Got to give credit to the second unit of the Sixers. You know, I was critical of them in the early game, but Quentin Grimes had 10 points and 4 boards. I thought Andre Drummond's presence was just absolutely huge. Like, Drummond's ability to just impact the game in terms of a size difference was amazing. And, you know, he got physical with them. He did. And I thought that second unit that they were running, I guess it was VJ, Grimes, Oubre, and maybe Barlow and Drummond, whoever it was, like that 5 that they were running before they brought Maxey and Embiid back in was getting it done. Matter of fact, when they went back to the starters, which I actually said they should do, but once they did that, things got a bit shaky. But Paul George hit a nice 3, and then you wind it down, Sixers are up by 18 points. You're like, okay, the game's over. But then again, the Sixers bring their guys back in. And with 5 minutes to go, Tyrese Maxey comes back in. It's 102-91. And then Ayo Dosunmu gets a 4-point play right when Joel comes back in. So that brings it to a 10-point game. Joel hits a shot. Couple possessions later, Rudy Gobert gets a putback dunk after Joel Embiid kind of just watched him go to the rim. And you're thinking, okay, don't get lazy, fellas. Don't get lazy. Joel had a bad little turnaround fadeaway shot. There was another, I forget who the other one was, but just a very bad shot selection. There was a Tyrese Maxey turnover. And you're thinking, all right, man, this, and then Paul George had a bad turnover at half court. Julius Randle had a wide open dunk. That made it a 7-point game with a couple minutes to go. And VJ, I thought, had a really clutch bucket. Like, as a rookie, being able to take the ball late in the game, go to the rim and get it done. You know, I question every game, like, why doesn't VJ get the ball more? I mean, they came out of the gate tonight and were giving VJ the ball. So I don't understand why they don't get him involved more at times. But the funniest part of the live show, man, and if you know, this is like a staple of our game day live portion, whether you've been in those or not. Every time I talk about a player, they do the opposite. So if I'm talking really good about a player, they start stinking up the joint. If I talk smack about a player, which is usually the thing, they turn it around and go crazy. So I say with 2 minutes to go that I would have Dominic Barlow in over Kelly Oubre Jr. for size and rebounding just for the last couple minutes. And as soon as I say that, with 1:08 to go, Kelly Oubre hits a three to make it from a 6-point game up to a 9-point game after made free throws and a layup from Julius Randle. So it was a 6-point game. I say that I would have Barlow in over Oubre. Oubre immediately hits a 3-point shot. He then comes down the floor off a Paul George steal. He hits another 3-point shot in the span of 10 seconds. And then at the end of the game, he hits another 3-point shot. Kelly Oubre was phenomenal at the end of this game. Kelly Oubre was phenomenal, man. I mean, he was so clutch. He was so clutch, man. He had 3 3-pointers in the fourth quarter. He hit back-to-back threes to seal the game. The first 3 came with 5 minutes to go, and the other ones came at the end back-to-back to seal the game. I mean, the T-Wolves left them wide open, so credit to Kelly. But great steal by Paul George. His defense has been great. Kelly Oubre hits the big shots. Grimes came around. Maxey and Embiid turned it up in the third quarter. And, yeah, man, I mean, it's unbelievable, bro. It's unbelievable. At the end of the day, man, the 76ers, as I started the show with, continue to do this thing where they rope us back in just enough. I said it at the end of the live game show, but they're like the toxic relationship that you just can't get rid of. You know, you think about all the good times and then good things happen. It ropes you back in. And then you're like, okay, we're breaking up. We're done. We're never seeing each other again. And then here we go. And the Sixers, once again, are now looking like they did in January and parts of February. And I've continued to say, with this team healthy on the floor, they can be dangerous. Now, what is dangerous? I don't think they're going to win the championship right now, but they can make a run in a wide open conference if they are healthy. But that's the question, you know, are they going to be healthy? Even in this game, you know, from the tip, like Joel Embiid looked very winded, wasn't moving around, was sitting on the perimeter. Julius Randle put his shoulder down into Joel's oblique. So in the span of a couple minutes, you see Joel tired and huffing and puffing, and then he's grabbing his oblique. And he already said, you know, it's not going to be 100%. He said, every time I cough and sneeze, I feel my oblique, and it hurts and it's painful. You had Tyrese Maxey get wrapped up. I don't know how listen, we want to talk about the referees. I don't want to put a lot of energy on the refs tonight. They were bad again, per usual. But I'm really excited about this win, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But like, there was 2 possessions where Maxey got wrapped up by Ayo Dosunmu and like almost twisted his back out of place. There was another time where he hit him in the lip. His lip was bleeding, I think. No reviews at all. Drummond comes in the game. He gets slapped in the face. No review. But anyway, ref and all that aside, I thought the Sixers were very physically tough in the second half. They were tough in the second half, and they weathered the storm against a top 10 defense. Talked about this in the pregame. This is why you got to come to the pregames, man. We give you all the good stats, but the T-Wolves are top 10 in offensive defensive rating. They are, you know, they're just a solid team. They shoot the 3-ball well. They rebound pretty well. They defend pretty well. Again, they're missing Jaden McDaniels, and Anthony Edwards was not himself tonight. But besides all that, man, I thought the Sixers did a great job at weathering the storm and just playing through it. And I think the biggest takeaway as we move forward is that Paul George continues to look like the guy. Paul George continues to look back, man. He really does. I'm pumped. I'm really excited for the way Paul George is playing right now. Like, this is the Paul George that Daryl Morey signed in July of 2024. We got to hope that things stay right for these last 5 games. I would love to see Joel and PG play against Detroit tomorrow night. I don't think it's going to happen. But then again, crazier things have happened. Like even today, Joel Embiid was doubtful. And then they upgrade him to probable and he plays. Same thing happened with Anthony Edwards. So anyway, man, that's how this game went. It was a very, I don't know the word I'm trying to think of, but like it was just, there was a lot of hills and valleys in this game. You know, it was up and down. It was constantly changing. It was very fluid. And it just is the epitome of who the Sixers are and this season as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to hear from you in the chat. Go ahead and drop some comments down below. I want to get to our player of the game. Who are we going to award it to? I think this is a very tricky one tonight. I think you could have probably 3 or 4 quality answers for this. I don't know if I've said that in the past, but like, there's a lot of good answers for tonight's game. After we get to some of the comments, we may take a phone call or maybe a couple phone calls, but quick rapid fire, get some takes on this game and the team. And we will break all of it down here on the Postgame live show. Ladies and gentlemen, who is your player of the game? Who is your player of the game tonight? Is it Paul George? Is it Joel Embiid? Is it Tyrese Maxey? Is it Kelly Oubre? Is it Nick Nurse? Is it Andre Drummond? I know Nick Nurse isn't a player, but hey, I feel like everybody impacted this game in some way. So what do you guys think, man? Give me your thoughts. Who's the player of the game? I will give you mine on the other side as well, and we will talk about all of it. But first, got to give a shout out to the great presenting partners of the postgame show, and that is the lovely Prize Picks. Ladies and gentlemen, the playoff push is heating up. We have the Final Four coming up as well. There's no better way to cash in if you're right on high-flying hoops action than with Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. Every bucket, every dime, every win means more when you're playing on Prize Picks. Along with the player picks you already know about, we have the brand new Team Picks markets where you can now pick game winner spreads and totals. Cash in if you're right during all the clutch buckets, slam dunks, and Cinderellas this spring with Team Picks on Prize Picks. Team Picks has made the watching experience so much more enjoyable because now you can root for your team. Like I said in the pregame, you can root for the Sixers and also pick them to win. Your group chat will be blowing up over it. And with Team Picks, what's really, really cool is that you can pick the league MVP. You can pick who's going to win the finals and other awards as well. Speaking of which, Tyrese Maxey now eligible and available for awards now that he's played 65 games. It is another way to pick the sports you love, all on Prize Picks. Team Picks are available in 35 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, Washington, and more. So download the Prize Picks app today. Pick your first game winner, spread, or total as the playoff push rolls on. Get $50 in daily fantasy lineups when you play your first $5 lineup when you use code CLNS. Once again, code CLNS. Get $50 in daily fantasy lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks Predict is a registered FCM offering team picks and culture picks as event contracts. Trading involves significant risk, not for all. Content provided is for informational and educational purposes only, does not constitute investment advice, recommendation to trade any commodity interest, or offer to open an account. Promoters not registered with CFTC or NFA. Prize Picks Predict does not endorse or guarantee any statements made by third-party promoters or influencers. Please consult with a qualified professional before making any trading decisions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, player of the game. Who would my pick be? My pick would be, and you may not believe it, but Kelly Oubre Jr. I got to give the nod to Kelly, man. I was going to go PG. I went PG last game. I think PG was phenomenal. I think he held the team afloat in this game. But it cannot be understated that a 76ers bench player especially a guy that's been in and out of the lineup and has been asked to come back and play off the bench, comes into this ballgame. And when the lead was dwindling and it got all the way down to 6, Kelly Oubre Jr. hits 3 big threes late in the fourth quarter to ice the game. I think I got to give it to Kelly Oubre, man. But then again, I could give it to Tyrese Maxey. I thought Maxey had a huge third, 17 points in the third quarter, 8 dimes, 6 boards, 2 blocks. Put some respect on Tyrese Maxey's defense, man. Joel, 19, 13, and 7, almost had a triple-double. Barlow, I thought, was huge in the first quarter. PG was phenomenal all around. He did have 6 turnovers, but yeah, man, I thought everybody had a role in contributing to this game, but I got to give it to Kelly Oubre Jr. because he was fantastic and he was able to close this one out, man. So that would be my player of the game. Let's see what you guys are saying up in the chat. Let's see. Paul George, K9, Kelly, Barlow, Oubre second, PG. We're all across the board, man. I love it. I want to say George, but Oubre closed it when they made a run. Tyrese Maxey blew it open in the third quarter. I like the Barlow vote. Yo, I like this. This is maybe the biggest up in the air player of the game vote this season. And that just goes to show, again, how well-rounded this team could be with their top 6, 7, or 8 when they are healthy, man. So regardless, man, give me your thoughts in the chat, guys. Honest opinions. You know, how much do you weigh this win? Where do you see the Sixers with 5 games remaining? Like, how confident are you in this team? And, you know, give me all of your thoughts down in the comments. Once again, shout out to all the members in here and the mods and just everybody, you know, for being a part of this community. It's fun breaking these games down, but again, it is a emotional roller coaster, man. It really is an emotional roller coaster. All right, we're going to go to a couple phone calls. Let's make them rapid fire, though. Like I said, we're saving all of it for the playoffs. But I want to hear from some people tonight on how this game is and how this team is. And where do you view this team? You know, how confident are you in this team? All right, let's go on over to our Discord. We got a couple people waiting in here. Let's go to our guy, long time no speak, Fredo on the Discord. Fredo.
What's going on, RB?
Yo, what's up, man?
Man, these last couple of games, well, I want to say, I said we were going to miss Paul George's defense when he first got suspended. I did not know how bad we were going to miss this offense. This is the best he's looked in a Sixers uniform ever on the offensive end of the ball. He's been huge. Hopefully we can carry it into the playoffs. I'm happy Embiid got his stuff together. He only missed 1 shot in the second half, which was good. Maxey doing Maxey does. Oubre was huge off the bench. I really like this game, man. At first it was kind of like, it was iffy. Everybody was missing shots, but I do have to credit Nick Nurse for this game and the team in general for the way they played defense out of the gate.
How about that, man?
Grabbing rebounds, and they played great defense out of the gate this game.
How about that, man? They finally played defense as a team, man. I didn't see a ton of guys left wide open. I mean, I know the Wolves were missing a lot of shots, but I didn't see a lot of defensive lapses. You know, I didn't see a lot of crashing of the ball a few times, but I thought that they were locked in, man. They were communicating. I saw guys talking. They were rotating. How about that, man? About time.
I'm going to make it quick. I see Nelson's in the chat said his wife's mad at him. And he's trying to hurry up and get a call off. But yeah, I don't care who we play in the playoffs. I kind of hope it's the Knicks because I want to smack the Knicks in the face and get them out of there because they haven't played a healthy Embiid in a while, and I feel like they need to know what that belt feels like again. So I'm hoping for the Knicks. Last 5 games, I think we may lose 1, probably to the Spurs, but other than that, go Sixers.
Let's go, man. Fredo, appreciate the call. Thank you for keeping it rapid fire, man. Guys, we got to keep it rapid fire. First off, shout out to Lido Fuego in the chat. New channel member. Woo! Let's go, man. Yo, for real, shout out to the members, man. Thank you to all the channel members supporting the show. Y'all are the best. I see all the members still in the chat. The fact that you guys continue to rock with us game after game for 4 hours every game, it's incredible, man. It really is. All right, let's go over to the phones. Our boy Nelly is waiting on the phones. Apparently he's on limited time too. Let's see what he's got for us, man. Nelly, what's up? Can you hear me? Nelly.
RB, I hear you. You got me?
I got you, man. What's up? What you got for me?
Oh, all right, bro. It's 10:20. Tomorrow's East. Oh, wifey's already face palming. Hey, babe. Tell them. All right, who practiced? You got this, babe. The East is ours. Ready? Here's my baby. Come on, baby.
The East is ours.
Oh my God! Hey, come on, man. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, RB. Hey, last time I called, I got in a lot of trouble. It's only 10:20. It's a little late. RB, ask her a Sixers question. You know, she got you. Ask her.
Listen, bro, I just want you to tell me how you're feeling about the team, man. What you got for me, man? It's been too long.
All right, what do you think, babe? Can the 76ers win the Eastern Conference and are we going to the NBA championship this year? Be real. You know about Paul George. I talk to you about Paul George all the time. If he plays well and plays defense and does his thing, we can go. Joel Embiid, unhealthy, healthy. Like, what do you, are the 76ers going to an NBA championship this year? Yes or no?
I mean, 76ers, I think, should always win, so I don't know.
No, babe. Stop. You're a little scared. You're a little scared. Don't be scared. Oh, she's stressing out. Stop. Okay. All you gotta do, be confident. This is Philly, babe. We are Philly. Give me a yes. Give me a yes, sir. Give me a yes, sir. As loud as you can, babe. Go.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Yes, sir. We got a yes. Dude, hey, listen, man. I've done this a couple times. I can't ever do this again. I cannot believe she was okay with doing it tonight. Listen, RB, I'm trying to tell you, I got to close the doors to the bedroom because she is pissed, so I'm going to have to hang up soon.
Shout out to wifey, man. Nelson, give me your final take, bro. Where are we at with this team, man? Are we going the distance? Are we healthy? Are we not? Let's go, man. What you got? Final verdict.
Whoa. RB, you know you're my boy, brother. You know you're my boy. You just asked me the Philadelphia craziest question of all time. Are we healthy? RB, I'd love to say, yeah, we're healthy and we're the best team in the East. Bro, I've been calling since game 1, game 2, game 15, game 25. I've been calling and telling you we run the East, bro. The East is ours, bro. The East 1,000% is ours. And not only that, bro, Dominic Barlow. Dude, we had the Rookie of the Year in VJ Edgecombe. Bro, VJ Edgecombe's numbers are not doing justice of who he is, bro. VJ Edgecombe, he locks dudes up. Bro, VJ Edgecombe is an unbelievable defender, bro. Unbelievable, man. And, dude, man, I don't care if Paul George is a crackhead.
He's on fire!
Dude, I don't care if he's snorting lines before the game. Dude, I don't care what Paul George is doing. Keep doing your thing, PG. Keep doing your thing, bro. Dude, the Euro step zesty layups, bro. We've been talking about that for 2 years straight now, bro.
I knew it was coming.
About that. Bro, no, my bad. That's an old
No, I was
joke.
just going to say, I knew the zesty was coming, bro. I knew the zesty was coming. That's been your guy, man.
Yeah, bro. Well, bro, dude, we're Philly, RB. You know we're Philly, bro. Dude, we I don't even know what zesty is, bro. I flex. If somebody tries to get zesty on me, bro, I flex. I'm swinging. You know what I'm saying? But Paul George is 76ers, and we paid him a lot of money. So, bro, be as zesty as you want, bro. All jokes aside, RB, all jokes aside, though, bro, I'm telling you, man, I respect, dude, RB, I promise I'm tapped in every stream, bro. I know you don't believe me, and you get mad at me sometimes. I love you, RB, dude. You are the greatest 76er coverage dude of all time, bro. You're out here having interviews with Nick Nurse and Paul Reed, bro. Half of 76ers fans don't even know who Paul Reed is, and you had a podcast with him. You are the GOAT. Bro, I'm not even joking, though. Tonight, man, listen, man. 76ers are, dude, we are destroyed with injuries, man. Like, dude, we are so unlucky. And not only the 76ers, bro, Philly sports fans in general, like, I'm so glad I'm not an Eagles fan. Eagles are doing their thing. You guys are whatever. But, dude, we are so unlucky with injuries and all that stuff. I'm telling you, man, Kelly Oubre, our glue guys, and Fredo said it best. Hey, first off, man, shout out my boy Fredo, bro. My boy Fredo said, yo, Wifey's about to get mad, RB. Take the call real quick, bro. I love you, Fredo. I don't know if you still listening or tapped in, bro. Shout out you, Fredo. Yo, you're man, yo, you the GOAT, bro. I'm not even capping, though, RB. Bro, this season, the 76, it's all about our role players, our glue guys, all that stuff, man. That's what it's about, bro. Our plus minuses are absolutely beautiful this game, bro. Hey, the player of the game this game 100% was Kelly Oubre, 1,000%. RB, I'm not capping, bro. And I know that you've been talking about this. RB, I'm actually, bro, I'm very curious of your thoughts. Obviously, Dominic Barlow, you've been talking about him since the preseason, the rebounds, the blocked shots, the defense. Dominic Barlow's been playing very well. My guy, bro, in this playoffs, especially if we want to beat the Knicks in the playoffs or whoever we're going to play in the playoffs, if we can get a playoff series win this year, it's Quentin Grimes, bro. What can Quentin Grimes do? Because we've been talking about Jordan Clarkson. Dude, I've been calling in your show for years, begging for some kind of sixth man. Hopefully Quentin Grimes can be that guy. Your thoughts, RB, or you want me to give you some more hot takes before you bang on me?
You're good. I'm going to bang on you, bro. But, yo, you better call in during the playoffs, man. Nelly, we love you, man. Enjoy the night, brother. Woo! Gosh, man. I said rapid fire. Nelly's on that Percocet P. We love Nelly, man. That's a call. That's a call right there. But he gets an A+ for the call, man, because he got wifey on the show and she dropped the yes, sir. Yes, sir. Woo! Let's go, man. She's about to rip him a new one. He's going to open up that bedroom door. She'd be like, don't ever put me on the live stream again. Don't put me on the spot like that. But yo, Nelly's one of them ones, man. Like, I ask him how his day is. He tells me a whole autobiography. I love Nelly, man. What a guy. What a guy, man. What a guy. I don't know what Nelly was on, bro. I don't know what he was on tonight, but he had a lot bottled up. What a guy. I've lost my whole train of thought. Shout out to Nelly for the 10-minute soliloquy. Who else we got on the phones, man? Cool J. Let's go to Cool J on the phone. I lost my train of thought. Cool J, what's up, man? Rapid fire, please. Cool J.
Yeah.
Cool J.
Yo.
What's up, man?
Not much, man. Honestly, great game tonight. Did get a little shaky in the first half, but I saw something from these past couple of games that this team does not quit, and they fought to fight back from the third and fourth quarter. And I feel like PG's definitely back to himself. Like his defense was good, and him making shots. Like even after post suspension, this the PG is literally formidable.
I think you just birthed a new name, bro. Post suspension P. We've called him all these different things. Post suspension P, I think, is the new name, because post suspension P is different P. Paulus.
Yep.
Anyway, what you got, Cool J? Paul George is phenomenal.
Making shots like it was nothing. Like most of, like the past couple of games I've seen, like he making shots like like double digits, like, and seeing Tyrese Maxey come back, seeing Joel Embiid come back, seeing all of them playing together. It's just something that we wanted to see for this whole season, like them playing together. And
It's pretty nice, isn't it? When your team actually plays and they play together, and I feel like every time they have played together, they look pretty good.
yeah, and this is good because the next couple of games will matter because this will determine a lot, especially standing wise. So tomorrow, if we win tomorrow against the Pistons, then they'll know for sure they will definitely make it far. The whole team is healthy.
Yeah, I think what's really going to be impactful is that whole play-in thing. Like, they need to honestly try to stay in the top 6. They're in a tight race. Like, Atlanta won tonight, blew out Brooklyn, and I think the Raptors won as well. So, yeah, I mean, they're staying in the race right now, but they need to get in that top 6. That'll be very vital. So they have to win as many games as they can in the final 5.
Not to mention trying to get as much ground as possible because these other teams are not quitting either. They're also trying to fight for the top spot. So they have to hope as well that the other teams try and fall out of the race, so that way they have a secure spot in the top 6.
Yeah, I agree, man. Cool J, you got anything else for me tonight, man?
I mean, all you got to do now is just keep the momentum going. Try and get as much wins as possible, and try to push for a run in the playoffs.
Let's do it, man. Let's make a run. Cool J, appreciate you calling in, man.
Thanks for having me in.
Shout out Cool J on the Discord. Shout out to the callers. Shout out to Nelly for the 10-minute speech. What else you guys got in the chat, man? Give me your final analysis on the 76ers as we head into the final 5 games. Tomorrow night, Sixers will take on the Pistons. I'm assuming that Joel and Paul will not play. If they do, then, then things are completely different, but I'm pretty sure Joel is not going to play. Paul George, we'll see. Maybe he'll play because he has looked pretty good. He played 37 minutes tonight. Joel played 34. Maybe he can play. Maybe he can play. Also, just so you guys know, I think I mentioned this before, I will not be here on the stream tomorrow night. Our guy JJ will be tapping in, locking it in for us. I know people loved it last time. Shout out to my guy JJ, man. Yeah, tomorrow will be the last game I'll miss. Have something to attend to, but I'll be tapped in. I'll be checking out what's going on. Let's see. Cool J says, I was holding my laugh in from Nelly's call. That was a call, man. I mean, I haven't talked to Nelly in a minute, but he had a lot to say. When Nelly hears rapid fire, he thinks, just let the clip unload. You know what I mean? He's like, let me just tell you everything that's going on in my life. But shout out to Nelly, man. Shout out Nelly. Stats are impressive, says Karen. Scum says, I'm just hoping the best in the playoffs. I think it's going to be a crazy random playoffs. Like, I don't see any team that really stands out from the rest. I mean, obviously, again, I think Boston has been probably the most impressive if Detroit is hurt. Like, if Cade's not 100%. If he is, I still think the Pistons can make a little bit of noise. But, the Knicks are up in the air. And the Cavaliers with James Harden. And the Hawks and the Sixers. It's going to be interesting, man. It is. It is. Dom said RB can't do back-to-backs. Apparently, man. Apparently, I've turned into a 76er at this point. What else? Coach Nurse needs to tweak his starting lineup and how he does subs. I agree. Thought he was better in the second half tonight. Was looking forward to the show with you. I know, man. I know. You guys depend on me, and I appreciate that. We've done almost every game this season. We've been out a couple. And tomorrow will be the last one that we miss, but hopefully the Sixers can get a W. And then next week, guys, is the last week of the season. Last week of the season coming up. It's going to be interesting, man. It is going to be interesting, man. And then we got the play-in the playoffs. Can't wait for it, man. Sixers get a big win tonight. Impressive win. impressive win against a very good defense. And this team could be coming around and turning the corner at the right time, but we'll see. See how it all plays out, man. Once again, I want to thank everybody who has been a part of this show. Make sure you follow us on all of our channels. All right, we're putting out a ton of content everywhere. Drop our link tree here in the chat. Click that. Go follow us everywhere. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Without you, this would not be possible. 76ers big time win. They advanced to 43-34 on the season. Paul George might be back. Joel Embiid, monster third quarter. Maxey, monster third quarter. Oubre, clutch in the fourth. Here we go, man. 5-game final stretch. See how it shapes out, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. I will catch y'all on Monday, but be back here tomorrow. Support our guy, man. Philly Take Community, we are out. Good night, everybody. Peace.